considered during the closed session. Is there a motion to certify the closed session?
Motion. Second.
Roll call?
Ms. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And one piece that I don't have here. Unfortunately, Mr. Nicely is under the weather here and he is remote. I'd ask the board that we make a motion to allow him to become remote and acceptable for remote ability.
Okay, so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Right now, if we could, first of all, recognize our new members. Mr. Snyder from the Amsterdam District. Ms. Rotman, Supervisor Rotman from our Buchanan District. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And now if we could, I'll have Mr. Michael, if we could do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Some of the other things we do when we go into closed session, we have a little moment of silence. And as we sit here in the warmth of this room, we're kind of deeply mindful of those thousands of our neighbors, out of state, in state, that are traveling across the Commonwealth or stuck in their house. They're struggling against maybe even life-threatening cold. So we recognize the hardship of these individuals and just let us take a moment to hold them in our thoughts and prayer, as well as the first responders and VDOT, the crews, the utility workers laboring in these dangerous times. If we could, do a moment of silence. Thank you. And right now, we're going to move to the board reorganization. And that's, if I can have Mr. LaRue.
Good afternoon, board members. It is a pleasure to be here and also would like to welcome the two new board members, Mr. Snyder and Ms. Rotman, for being here and appreciate you and your efforts, especially on this snowy day to get in and make sure that things happened. So at this point, as is every year, we end up having a point where there's a reorganization of the board. Reorganization basically to elect the chair and also the vice chair, as well as the appointments for several of the board committees and groups. And so at this point, I would like to move forward with that. What we would be doing is the election of the chair. I will ask for nominations for the chair and then also ask if there are additional nominations, and then vote on those in reverse order of how they're presented. Then at that point, we will end up appointing the chair from your votes, and then the chair will take back over and ask for nominations for vice chair, and it would be the same format as that. Then at that point, the chair would ask for the appointments, and I can assist with that if necessary in the process of that. So any questions, any concerns? Okay. With that, all those, what we need to do is the nominations for, if you have a nomination for chair, please signify.
I make a nomination for Dr. Max Stallhorn for chair.
Second.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Is there a motion that nominations be closed?
So move.
Motion's been made that nominations be closed. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second all over the house. It sounds like there's a remote second plus one in the house. Okay. We have a second and a third. I'm not going to say who's who, okay? So with that, if we move forward with that vote and you have a limited number of candidates for chair, all of those in favor of closing nominations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Sounds like that Dr. Scott Horn has been named chair of the 2026 Board of Supervisors for Botetourt County. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. LaRue. Certainly hope I can do as good a job as the person sitting here before. So, and now as we move into the reorganization, I would ask for a motion for a vice chair.
I make a motion, Vice Chair, Mr. Brandon Nicely.
I'll second. All in favor?
I would like to make a nomination as well. Isn't that the procedure?
Yep.
Yes, I would nominate Walter Michael for vice chair.
Okay. So all in favor for Mr. Nicely
Aye.
Aye.
and Mr. Nicely? He said aye. And of course, that is 3-2 and all in favor for Mr. Michaels.
I'm a
Aye.
good wall. Yes, aye.
So and we have that as a 3-2 with Mr. Nicely being vice chair. The next one, what I have done on this next portion of this is I have gotten contact with the board members and their agreements upon serving on these different committees and commissions. So if it serves the board as well as our council, I would like to read these off with the names. And then I'll ask if there's any questions and then ask for a move to approve. Okay? So as we go through this, the board serves as the Roanoke Regional Partnership Board, which will meet on the June 6th and November 7th. And that would be me. Mr. Michaels will serve on the Social Service Board second Wednesday in Greenfield. And I will take the Parks and Rec from the first Monday at 6:30 in Greenfield. Mr. Nicely will be on the Planning Commission the second Monday. Ms. Rotman is a Library Board of Trustees second Wednesday. I will serve on the Economic Development Authority, which meets the fourth Friday. Mr. Snyder and Mr. Michael agree to go to the Fire and EMS Committee on the third Monday. Ms. Rotman and Mr. Snyder on the RVARC Transportation Plan and Organizational Policy Board, as well as the RVARC on the fourth Thursday.
I thought I was on that one, Doctor.
That's what I talked to you about before. Is there any abstention on that one? Do you want to maintain that? Yeah, that's when I talked to. Okay, do you want to maintain that one, Brandon?
Yes, I would like to stay on that.
All right. So switch that to Ms. Rotman and Mr. Nicely. The other is the Agricultural Project Committee. That's Mr. Nicely and Ms. Rotman. The Historical Greenfield Advisory Committee is Mr. Snyder. The BCCC is Mr. Snyder. And Botetourt Museum Committee is Mr. Snyder, as well as the VA 250 Committee. All board members, of course, will be on the General Fund Budget Committee. For the General Fund Budget Subcommittee, I will be appointing Mr. Michael, Mr. Snyder, Ms. Rotman, and Mr. Nicely, as Mr. Michael will serve as a chairman on that and report back on our monthly meetings. The School Board Budget Committee is Ms. Rotman, Mr. Michael. And then we move into our Breckenridge LOH Committee, which is Mr. Snyder and Mr. Nicely. Parliamentarians remain as Mr. Lockaby and Mr. LaRue. The clerk to the board is Mr. LaRue, and the deputy clerk to the board is Ms. Parker. Do I have any questions upon this? Do I hear a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. There we have it. Thank you. That was fairly painless. Now, the adoption, I think everybody had an opportunity to take a look at the adoption of the bylaws. Do I have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 And all not in favor is we don't have anybody, right? And Brandon, did you say aye?
Aye. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And if we move to the adoption of the board meeting, we have it the fourth Tuesday of each month, except for in December when we have the meeting be held in December 15th, 2026, which is the third Tuesday of the month. Motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And now if we can move to one other thing that we need to have over, it's called a declaration of local emergencies. Mr. Rose, if you would.
Yes, Dr. Scott Horn. Just wanted to bring the declaration of local emergency before you. Of course, this is associated with Storm Fern, and I will not read this entirety, but basically what happened was the county administrator is allowed the opportunity to declare the local emergency with the ratification of the board at the next board meeting. It happened that the establishment of the emergency was on Saturday, January the 24th, 26 at 7 a.m. And we are actually still in that emergency until we get folks into warmer weather and things of that sort. So what would end up happening is that to be able to have the declaration declared is that you're eligible for state and federal aid if there is any available for overtime and for equipment usage and things of that sort, if there are situations that are warranted. So what I would say, and we modified the declaration because normally the emergency event is already over before the ratification, is that we would end up allowing myself to bring us back out of the emergency situation in concert with the fire chief, Ferguson, and as soon as possible. But we do need ratification that we actually went into this local emergency from the board.
And here we have a motion for the ratification. As you heard from Mr. LaRue,
Motion.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
If we can have the introductions and or recognition, I think we have one today. Mr. Edwards. Imagine that. That's okay. Very good. And we move now to the citizens' comment period, if good. Remember, what we ask is that you state your name and address or district, and we ask that it be 3 minutes and no longer. I would also ask that we kind of hold our clapping and comments during that period of time too. So the first one is Lee Martell. This is number 21. This later on, I think.
Hello, I'm Lee Martell from Buchanan District. This is just about 2C, the adoption of the bylaws. Just request that you would move the meeting time to 6 p.m. so more people can attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the reverb there. Um, this is- There are two other ones, Ms. Martell, you're going to be talking about as well. Do you want me to call you later on, or do you want to take care of those as well? Okay. Next one is, that was already done here. Mr. Rule. Topic was the bylaws.
Good afternoon, Charles Rule, Fincastle. This is regarding agenda item 2C, bylaws, and 2D, the meeting schedule, the 2 p.m. start time. One of the issues that helped get Linda Rotman elected was her position that there needs to be more transparency in the county government. The perception is that rather than being elected by voters to do the bidding of voters, the elected officials here have been following the direction and agenda of the unelected county administration, which may be at odds with what the citizens in the county want. The secret deal with Google is an example of that. There was no input from county residents on whether they wanted a Google data center to be their next door neighbor, and no discussion about what will be the impact on their water supply and electricity rates. One step you can take to be seen as more transparent, aside from using fewer NDAs, would be to conduct your meetings at a time when more residents can attend. Botetourt County actually sticks out like a sore thumb. Looking at the surrounding counties, here are the times when their Board of Supervisors have their public meetings. Roanoke County, 6 p.m. Craig County, 6 p.m. Allegheny County, 7 p.m. Bedford County, 7 p.m. Rockbridge County, 5:30 p.m. Floyd County, 6 p.m. Franklin County, 3 p.m., but all public hearings and citizen comment periods are at 6 p.m. Montgomery County, 7:15 p.m., Augusta County, 7 p.m., Appomattox County, 6 p.m., Campbell County, 6 p.m. Please consider starting your meetings when more citizens can attend, not at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Porter. This is on 2D, meeting schedule.
Greencastle District. I'm going to chime in with these other two speakers. My question is, why is the agenda for the Board of Supervisors meeting posted on the Friday before the meeting? This gives us one business day to read and review the agenda. By creating this obstacle, it indicates that our input is not valued. To ensure the most citizen participation, you should move the start time of these meetings to 6 p.m. so that the working residents of the county can attend. By delaying the agenda and having an afternoon start time, you are sending a message that you don't want to hear from us.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Agenda item number 12, which is Orchard Lake. Julie Price.
Julie Fraze, I'm in the Amsterdam district. First of all, I would like to pass these out. We had a letter sent to you, all of you, from Brian Peebles. I was wondering, it was about the
Thank you.
gas line safety issue. I was wondering if each of you have had a chance to read that email. Came on the 14th of January. So I made a copy for all of you so that you could review it. it's addressing the serious safety issue of the gas line with some responses requested as well. So if this is the first time you're reading it, I would like you to definitely, you don't have to read it this very second, but I would definitely like you guys to take a look at it. A lot of things are brought up in there that I think are pertaining to the proposals that the engineers are going to be providing. As we stated last time, it is our interest to take the dam down unless the gas line is addressed. So I appreciate that. That's really all I have to say. And like I said, please read the letter from the attorney. Thank you. Yes?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, do you have any actual information? I mean, I see you say that there are conditions that could create some kind of erosion of the pipeline. Do you have any actual evidence that that has occurred?
There is a leak. So, you know, if this is the gas line here, the dam and the water are over here. There's a leak that is going across the gas line, either under or over or both. We don't know. But
Water leak, you're saying?
Yes. And there's a crevice that's been formed on the other side. I mean, I actually have pictures. I've given them to David Mormon, but I'd be happy to give them to Mr. Lockaby if that would be helpful for you guys. But we haven't dug up the gas line. No, we don't have that evidence.
Okay.
However, it is passing over the gas line. You know, the other issue is that the gas line has a 50-foot easement with the gas line being in the middle. And the dam encompasses over half of that easement on the water side, and the spillway is on top of the gas line. There's erosion, the water flows over the top. You know, we've got the leak, and Mr. Michael has been out there to look at it. Mr. LaRue's been out there. David Mormon, and a number of people have come out. Mr. Snyder. It's a serious issue. We've always known the gas line was there. We did not know it was an 8-inch main going all the way to Roanoke. You know, it's high pressure. It says 600 PSI. And the comment from the gas company when they came out is the gas lines are safe.
Thank you.
And if it blows, you won't know. So
Thank you. Topics Orchard Lake again, and Dr. Singh. I'm going to say Dr. David Singh. Sorry about that.
David Sane, Amsterdam. I'm speaking about the Orchard Lake Dam and the lake behind it. I see that item number 12 is about approval of the Orchard Lake Engineering Agreement. A person named Evans, we don't know what he or she will say. It would be nice if I could tailor my comments to whatever's revealed at that person's disclosure. But I just want to remind you that everyone who lives adjacent to the lake, with one exception, is very concerned about the possibility of draining the lake with the intense mess that will be created, the loss of wildlife, the smell, the just the beauty of the lake, the enjoyment by the residents, and remind you that 490 citizens of Botetourt County signed a petition to preserve the lake. Actually, probably could have doubled that number had I had another booth at the recent election, but the citizens are strongly in favor of preserving this beautiful lake. And I wait to hear what this presentation is at number 12. The engineering firm that was given the RFP did not express an overt plan to maintain or save the lake. The number two choice, AMT, did express that desire. And that would align with the goals of many, many citizens in the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Singh, if I could, I want to put you on number 17, which is in the comments on the last part. That way you'll have that opportunity to listen to what he has to say.
Thank you.
Is that all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So that goes. Debbie Coots. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Sane, and he said, is that your preference too, to wait?
I can talk.
Thank you.
Anisha Sane, Amsterdam. I'm here to request that you do a hazard rating of the dam. The DCR now has a 10% input from the county or the owner into that cost, capping the cost at $5,000. That's a no-brainer. It's my understanding that the county spent $30,000 hazard rating Greenfield Dam. It's kind of an ugly dam. Everything around it's dead. And we would request, this is my 5th time requesting that. That's essential knowledge to know what to do with the dam. It also would open a pathway to reapplication due March 31st to up to $4 million to get the dam either up to code, removed, or lowered so that it is no longer a regulated dam. The people around the lake will have loss of use, have destruction of their property values plummeting permanently. You won't get it back. That's the hallmark feature of our neighborhood. It's beautiful. People love walking around it. I'm grateful that someone took off the website that only 12 people benefit from the lake. I've got a screenshot of that. The way the county has approached this has actually been unbelievable. Trying to take the lake down in the beginning and make us pay for it with the tax service district. We'd like an approach that respects the taxpayers in the county and in that area of the lake. And we would like to preserve the lake at any possible chance that there is. I've also spoken with a gentleman at Roanoke Gas, and he assures me this, and I cannot tell you his name right now, I've forgotten, but I do have emails. He's second in command there, used to live in the area, and he said they keep an eye on that. That particular line is kind of their pride and joy. It was the first gas line to bring gas to the valley. They keep an eye on it. They have a 25-foot right-of-way on either side that they maintain, and they're out there checking on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, excuse me. Did you say a $4 million pathway for application was $4 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
If it's high hazard rated. So you got to rate the dam before you get big money. If you don't rate the dam, you get the 1 million that was the let's cheese ball, do it quick, get it out of the way. You know, I mean, Mr. Mormon said, we're not in the business of, maintaining dams. Well, I've got news for you. You already have one you're maintaining in the Greenfield Industrial Park, and ours is very close by. The same kind of annual drills required to make sure that a emergency response could be done. They're almost in stone's throw of each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that is all of those. We will now move, everybody had an opportunity to take a look at the consent agenda, I believe. Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Do I hear a second?
I have one issue with the January financial transactions report.
So let's move to the minutes and chance to take a look at that and just approve that. And then we'll go to take a look at that financial.
That'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to approve A, which is the meeting minutes. And again, motion for approval of the meeting minutes. Still.
So move.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now as we move to the January financial transactions report.
I'm not confident that this is the exact appropriate time, so correct me if I'm wrong. So I do have a comment on the request for budget appropriations for January 2026. And my specific request has to do with number 2, which is appropriation of funds received from land sale to Google for the purchase of vehicle wrap and training for community development, Greenfield Recreation Park Restrooms Project, and the Greenfield Master Plan. My objection is not so much to these specific items as generic, that the Google Fund money has been divvied up without the appropriate input from the citizens of the county. So this represents a return on taxpayer funds, if not exactly, taxpayer dollars. It is a return on an investment that was made with taxpayer dollars. And I feel very, very strongly that the taxpayers should actually be allowed to weigh in on what those monies should be expended for in the normal budget process. However, I would be agreeable to approving the rest of the request for budget appropriations.
Okay. Could I have a comment on that from administration?
You can
So-
separate it out, I guess.
So you would end up needing to have the appropriations done one way or the other, I would suspect. Those appropriations were approved by previous board and by the EDA that were associated as far as the projects themselves. So Mike, is there anything nothing has happened that would be incorrect here, I don't think, from what has happened in the past.
Well,
In actions wise.
my understanding is it's been contractually encumbered. It just hasn't been appropriated. And it is up to the board to appropriate funds or not, and it's prerogative. At times, there are implications to that as far as, if you fail to appropriate subject to appropriation debt, there will be very grievous consequences to you that you will very much not like. But in a situation like this, if you want to put it off for a month or two, I don't believe that we're going to be in violation of any contracts, but I do believe that those funds need to be expended during this fiscal year.
So
Maybe a question also for Corbin whenever he comes up to present the audit. Not trying to push it off, but we do have the expert sitting in the room.
It's my understanding from reviewing the performance agreement myself, and I'm not giving a legal opinion here, but it is my understanding that funds can be reallocated from what has been earmarked in the Google performance agreement to another community use. Really my strong position that the citizens of the county paying the freight should be able to weigh in on how those funds are expended.
So
I guess
what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask for approval for 1, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. We will ask Corbin to go over number 2 if need be. And if so, if we need to move it towards another month, we will. But at the present time, let's make an approval for those that I just mentioned.
I would move to approve those.
I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion at all on that? Okay. So if we can move to the revised economic incentive policy. And Mr. Rosner, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, you've received the revised economic incentive policy. Again, this is intended to lay out the county's parameters for incentivizing economic development projects, in particular, ones that expand the tax base. I want to thank everyone for the review and their comments, particularly Mr. Michael, who had some really good comments that we incorporated. I'll go over some of the key things that were added to the incentive policy. Number one, we've, for types of incentives that are offered, we've added tax increment financing as a type of incentive. And then we've explicitly added commercial businesses as a type of business that could be offered. And under that, we've limited it to what we're calling destination commercial businesses. And that definition for destination is 80% of sales are sourced from out of the county. They have no locations within 90 miles. And if retail, they have $100 million in sales annually. So with your approval and the EDA's approval, which it will go after this, we will post it to the website so the community, businesses and developers and other folks can see what the policy is for the county.
Any questions for Mr. Rosner at all? No questions. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that has moved forward. Thank you, Kyle. And if we can, VDOT, Mr. Blevins, I want to tell you, thank you so much for getting a lot of us out in a very difficult time. I know there's snow probably wasn't as bad as what you thought it would, or the ice, but still a lot of hard work. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Good evening. Welcome to the new board members. Thank you. Thank you for the call earlier, Mr. Snyder. So I'll do our normal monthly update and then ask if you have anything for me aside from snow. So first thing, we completed our 2025 paving routes a few months ago. The 2025 schedules are on the books and they are out for bids. We should see something on those contracts probably in March. We have a few site plans under review right now, and we've done 8 permits over the last month. The acceleration lane for exit 162 is underway. The project for the ID-1 widening from 143 to 150 is also underway. The shoulder strengthening, and they've started placing some barrier wall. We had a partner dust meeting at Lord Botetourt High School last Thursday. Thank them very much for hosting us. It was a good meeting. We had, I don't know how many we had, but we had several people come in for both presentations. And I had a few good questions after. They didn't ask me about the project itself. It's about other things usually. As for planned routine maintenance, we were doing some things prepping for next year's schedule. And of course, over the weekend, as you stated, we've had a little bit of snow and some sleet and a little bit of everything. And we're still working on those. We're out in full force still. We have some cold weather and ice pack that's kind of made it difficult to remove some of it, but we're trying to treat what we can throughout the day to day and the night, and the sun has been helping us a bit. So if you have anything for me, I'd be happy to send those to our crews and see what we can do with.
In the Amsterdam district, is there anything that you want to bring forward?
No, thank you for your time earlier today. We had a nice conversation regarding traffic, the 220 corridor, things that might be of interest to taxpayers, citizens, and someone like me who drives it along well with everybody else. So thank you for that. And as things come up, I'll continue to reach out. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to thank you on your work on the Newman project and also on the Longwood.
For sure. Thank you.
Anything about Buchanan?
So Buchanan District, a couple of the farmers who live on Beaver Dam Road have talked with me about the road being sort of dangerous for the transportation of their farming implements, particularly that really narrow bridge. It is really rough. So I'm hoping that we can get on some kind of schedule in my lifetime for expanding that road. Is that a possibility?
Expansions of roadways can be done through projects, not so much through the funds that I control directly through maintenance. We maintain roads with maintenance funds. But I'm sure that's something we can talk about during the 6-year plan process. There's also Smart Scale, which is probably wouldn't be a great process for that type of roadway. And I can definitely talk with our bridge staff about any funding that they have for the bridge. They generally get funding to replace it in kind. Sometimes they'll widen a little bit to meet current standards, but I'm not 100% sure if it'll meet that requirement. One of the things I offered Mr. Snyder earlier when we were on the phone with him is that I can work with County Administrator LaRue, and I'll be happy to sit down with you and talk to you about things like that, and talk about what we do, what we can do, what we can help you with, and just anything that we can do to kind of explain a little bit about VDOT and some about projects like that you might be able to help you out with. So like I said, I'll be happy to coordinate with him for that for a future date.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Nicely, in the Fincastle District?
I think we're doing okay. Certainly appreciate y'all's efforts over the storm, and hope you can keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Valley District, and no comments whatsoever. So thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Mr. Stone, I know that I'm a little late here. I apologize about that. Missed 2:30, but we can. Presentation of the 24-25 audit. Having made. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I thought I wasn't having much luck with that. Thanks for having me. The audit went very well. You received, as we get into the presentation, you received what we call an unqualified opinion on your financial statements, which means we believe the financial statements are materially correct. Under government auditing standards.
Corbin, could I interrupt you for 1 second?
You bet.
My older ears are not really hearing.
Okay, I'll try to speak into the.
Sorry, and I'm really close. I'm here, so.
Okay, thanks. Like I said, you did receive an unqualified opinion on the financial statements, which means we believe they are materially correct. Yeah. You also received a clean opinion on the.
I'm going to hold off just for a second. If we can't have these 2 TVs for our board members to view. Okay, good. Oh, okay. When is that? I'm looking at this one. Is it here?
Maybe he's starting to make.
Thank you.
Okay. So you did receive an unqualified opinion on your financial statements. On the government auditing standards opinion, you received a clean opinion, meaning we didn't see any serious deficiencies in internal control, material weaknesses. And on your federal compliance opinion, we kind of rotate through auditing federal programs. So if you receive a federal grant, we might audit it 1 year, we might not audit it for a couple of years, and we cycle back to it. But any given year, we're going to audit a few of your federal grants, and we didn't have any issues with the ones that were audited during the 25 fiscal year. So you received a clean opinion there. So you did as well as you can do. And what I'll do is kind of go through the financial statements, really the cliff notes of the financial statements. You all have a copy of the financial report in front of you. It's 170 pages long. So it takes a lot of time from your staff, from your auditors to pull all this information together and put it into the required format under government auditing standards and accounting standards as well. So what I'll do is go through the cliff notes with you, which hits the high points. On page 1 of the handout you have called the audit presentation, you can see at the top, the general fund balance ended the year at $77 million. Of that amount, 42 million was unrestricted or unassigned. 27 million, which was primarily debt proceeds you'd received and hadn't been spent yet on the project in Fincastle. That was restricted. And then you had committed and assigned and non-spendable fund balance. So at the end of the day, that green row there tells you what your unassigned or available fund balance was. End of the year at 42 million. You can see that's up a little bit from the prior year and up even a little bit from 2023. If you said, would you rather have 40 million in 2023 or 42 million in 2025? I'd probably tell you 40 million in 2023 because of the inflation we've been dealing with.
Could you please explain, because I get this question a lot from people, could you please explain what the unassigned fund balance is and what it's composed of and how it grows from year to year?
It's basically at your disposal. It's not restricted by an external source or an internal source. So, you know, this board may say, we want to commit $5 million to this capital project or whatever. So the unassigned will be something that hasn't been committed by this board or externally restricted. So when we look at restricted, that's an external restriction. So you really don't have control over the use of those funds. And the large portion of that restricted amount are going to be bond proceeds that are going to be used for the Fincastle project.
So in the unassigned funds, does that include money that has been budgeted but not expended, or it's not?
Correct. So let's say you end one fiscal year or you end the June 30th fiscal 2025 fiscal year, and you've budgeted for something in 25, but you haven't spent it. It winds up going right back into unassigned unless you've committed to spend those funds in the future as part of the budget process, really for 25. So it would have to occur prior to the end of 25.
So can you tell, not just from looking at this, but do you have some way of knowing how much of that $42 million is unspent budgeted funds? Or
it's going to be whatever your carryover amount is. So if you have a carryover, let's say I don't know what the carryover amount is. Maybe Gary knows it off the top of his head, but whatever the carryover was, it was probably approved in July or August sometime, would be included in that unassigned.
Thank you.
Yeah, a good question. Total long-term obligations, governmental activities, that's effectively the general government here. The school long-term obligations for the school board, that's primarily pension obligations. End of the year at 114 million. And you can see way at the bottom, the long-term debt obligations per capita stood at $3,416, $3,416, compared to a state average last year of $6,271 for all counties. I will tell you that the Northern Virginia counties tend to carry a lot more debt per capita, and it kind of makes sense. Their citizens generally earn a little bit more, so the ability to repay that debt's going to be there as well. When we look at net position, when we look at fund balance, we're just looking at current assets minus current liabilities. So cash, receivables, and then the current liabilities are accounts payable, anything you're going to pay within 1 year. So that is fund balance. So it's a really short-term look at the government, and you have positive fund balance. When we look at net position, which you see governmental activities down there, full accrual accounting, net position, that's taking everything in the county. So all the assets of the county, this building, anything in the county's name, subtracting all the liabilities of the county against it. So you see net position end of the year at $88 million. And that unrestricted net position was $46 million. You're always going to have a little bit of a difference between that unrestricted fund balance or unassigned and unrestricted net position, because there are all some long-term obligations that are going to impact and some long-term assets that are going to impact the unrestricted net position. But you generally want to see both of those kind of going together. When you see a divergence, that means you've either got some long-term obligations that are coming up that you're going to have to deal with that will eventually hit fund balance, but aren't going to show up until they're current. On page 2, I just graphed some of this stuff out. When I think about the financial health of an organization, if you've got money in the bank but a lot of debt, I don't consider you very healthy. In Botetourt's case, you've got, like I said, debt per capita is a very reasonable level, and those debt numbers are coming down. So the long-term obligations, the red column, if you will, there, you can see that's come down since the bond issuance, I think of about $30 million in 2022, and the unassigned fund balance has been going up over the same period. So the closer those two are together, the better off you are. And you can see we're trending, fund balance is trending in the right direction. And lately, long-term obligations are also trending downward just a little bit. committed and assigned and non-spendable don't really wind up being a significant balance there. Net position, it really jumped up this year. That's unrestricted net position, so it's a pretty significant increase there. Really, fund balance also increased this year, so they kind of went up together at the same pace.
Do you have an explanation for why the unrestricted fund balance has jumped this year?
A lot of things. So I'd really have to dig into the details to see. Of course, you had an increase in mills tax, and that was a pretty significant driver on local taxes. But there are just going to be a lot of things that drove it. A lot of times, just delayed projects can wind up driving up your fund balance kind of in a one-off sort of way that you wind up paying for them the next year. So it just varies. It's a lot of moving parts, though. I'd really have to dig down. We do a lot of analytical work, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Right.
So
We had talked about the meal tax, about, the restaurants, not being very full.
yeah, I looked at that. So it was,
Filling up again a little bit.
yeah, good. Yeah, it was about a 50% increase in meals tax, which there's about a 50% increase in the rate as well. So, yeah, so I looked at that actually this morning. Go to page 4. Up at the top, I'm just graphing out your major revenue sources here. And the one that does not have it's not listed to the right, but it's on the graph, that's going to be interest income. So interest income is that orange line down at the bottom. And I think it wasn't a major revenue source last year, but it made it into it. So we put it in here for all 10 years in this graph. General property taxes, you had a reassessment, I believe, in 25, which drove that up. Other local taxes, we saw an increase primarily in meals tax. When I went back to look, and what I'm seeing in other localities is local sales tax. You want to call them transitional tax or transactional taxes or point of sale taxes, sales tax, meals tax, lodging tax. Those are really going to be your first signs of what the local economy is doing. Meals tax was up this year. Sales tax was down a little bit and lodging tax was down a little bit. So that's kind of letting you know that those taxes might have peaked and we might be heading down a little bit. So that's something you keep your eye on. That's really the canary in the coal mine. Your asset-based taxes, general property taxes, they're not going to respond as quickly to changes in the local economy. But local sales tax, it gives you a pretty good barometer of what's going on. So you did have an increase in other local taxes, but largely driven by meals tax. So, which that confused me when I first saw it because we're seeing other local taxes kind of fade off in a lot of localities.
Corbin, if I can, the federal tax, it kind of went up, and that's during the COVID setting between 2021.
Yes.
And how about 23, 24?
I think that was the broadband projects that wound up coming through the county and going to the EDA.
Thank
you. And one thing to look at, and this kind of bears out in one of the pie charts I'll show you in just a second, that Commonwealth aid, you can see in 2016, roughly 12 million, in 2025, roughly 12 million. So that aid is just flat. It really just has not grown. Federal aid tends to come in times of crisis. And that's why you see the spikes with the federal aid, but the state aid, and you'll see that in a pie chart in just a minute, is really becoming a smaller and smaller part of your budget.
Do you have any predictions after they raise our state income tax to the highest in the country? Any predictions how that might affect us?
We were talking about that on the drive down. Yeah, to every action, there's a reaction, and trying to figure out how people are going to react, what's going to happen there. I got a call over the weekend from a friend of mine who's a surgeon, and he had questions about it. So I told him to buy municipal bonds. They're not going to be taxed either way. So that might help you out. It might help you out with lower interest rates on your next project.
Thank you.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what gets passed and the implications. Sure. And also what your neighbors are doing. Tennessee and North Carolina, I think, is lowering state income tax. And Tennessee, of course, has no state income tax. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. The next page, I'm graphing out expenditures. On page 5 of the handout, the big jump in public safety. So they had a lease, I believe it was for the lot of sheriff's equipment effectively over a 10-year period. And that was about a $3.7 million lease agreement. So when you do a lease in current reporting standards, under current reporting standards, you show an issuance of a lease, and then you show all the outlay in the year that you enter the lease, even though the equipment is going to be used for 10 years. So the big spike, at least $3.7 million of that public safety increase, is related to a lease agreement entered into for, I think, body cams and a lot of sheriff's equipment technology. Yeah. And then community development, you can see those spikes kind of occur with the broadband project there in 2023, 24. And that's not unusual. Community development expenses are just kind of all over the map. The next two pie charts, and this is what I was talking about, kind of the 30,000 foot view. You can see for 2025, your income, 14% of that was revenue from the Commonwealth. And 62% were general property taxes, 11% other local taxes. So you can see a pretty large portion of this pie is made up of taxes that are assessed and collected locally. If we go and compare it to 2016, you see that 21%, which is on page 7, you can see that 21% of your overall revenue was state aid. So on that prior chart where we saw state aid was just kind of flat for the 10-year period, you can see how it really shows up, and it has a lower impact on your budget. So just really just a greater reliance on local dollars. I mean, that's what we're seeing, not just in Botetourt County, but really in all of the part of the state that we go and audit. Original tax assessments on page 8. I tell you every year that real estate, we take 1/10 of the assessed value for real estate, because if we didn't, we would have a bunch of bars at the bottom and then one at the top. So to get them all in one graph, that value is just 1/10. You had a reassessment. Looks like a pretty good jump in the reassessment. So that drove up the assessed value of real estate. That's not the taxes you're going to collect. That's just the assessed value of all the real estate. Personal property spiked up in 23, has been basically flat for 24 and 25. And from what I'm seeing in the car markets, I wouldn't expect it to go up. If anything, it may come down a little bit. It looks like new car sales have started to slow more recently. Public service assessments, those are provided by the state, and you simply apply your tax rate to those assessments. That's going to be AEP, any gas companies, power companies, railroads, things like that. We don't really have a lot of insight into why those assessments go up or down. The numbers are just provided by the state. But it almost looks like they were a little bit low in 23 and 24, and they made up for it in 25. But overall, all the assessed values, which are really the underlying driver of your asset-based taxes, are moving in the right direction. They're all headed upward. Definitely have to include the school. You're such a big part of their budget that we have to at least put one graph in there with school revenues. And we really just look at the school revenues. Revenue from the Commonwealth has really gone up for the school system here in the past few years. The local government has gone up a little bit, not tremendously. The one that has me a little concerned is that federal aid down at the bottom. What we saw after the Great Recession in 2006, 7, 8 range, we saw a big spike up in federal aid, and we saw it come back down. And then we saw a very flat period for a long time. So you can kind of see that federal aid coming back down, and I would anticipate the same, that I wouldn't expect to get back to this $6 or $7 million worth of federal aid at the school board for a very long time. So I think we're kind of in that same time period as we were around 2010, 2011, where school systems saw a big drop off in federal aid. I give you a copy of our audit recommendations. We just had a few, nothing major here. I'll just let you read those at your leisure. But nothing major, certainly not anything large enough to make it into the report as a finding. So just a few things the county can work on for next year. Page 11 of the handout. Every year we look at your and the school board's contributions to VRS to make sure, couple of things, to make sure they're making those contributions, but also to make sure that the people they're making those contributions for, and VRS is the Virginia Retirement System, to make sure that those people actually work for the school board. And to make sure when someone leaves, they stop making a contribution for that person. We do this on a test basis. So every departure, we don't make sure they were pulled out of the state system, but we look at, say you had 100 departures, we're probably going to look at least 10 of them, at least 10%, to make sure they were withdrawn from the state system. So you're no longer making a contribution for those folks. I tell the story, and it's at some place, somebody retired. They worked for a local government. They left, and that local government kept making a retirement contribution for them, such that they got full retirement. And the state figured it out, and ultimately they had to pay it back. But that's why we do this. So they want us to test two things. When you have a new employee, did you put them in the state system so you can start making contributions for them? When you have an employee leave, did you take them out so you stop making contributions for them? We didn't have any issues with what we tested. That's not to say there couldn't be an issue out there, but we didn't see any issues. And even if we saw, let's say an employee leaves in March and they're not taken out of the system until May, we would report that here, that there's a lag and we need some controls in place over it. We didn't have any issues though. If you skip to page 13, it's our letter to those charged with governance. And this tells you about the major estimates in the financial statements. Your pension liabilities, or pension asset in the case of the county, pension liability at the school board. It's really the best estimate. We don't know when somebody retires from Botetourt County, we don't know how long they're going to receive a pension. So VRS provides estimates of that the present value of those future liabilities, as offset by the balances you have at VRS and investments. So ultimately, we don't know. Those could they could stay a lot longer than you expect in the retirement system. They may leave the retirement system a lot earlier than you expect. So we just want to let you know there are some estimates in the financial statements, and we point out the major ones in this letter. If we had any problems with management, which we did not, we would report it to you in this letter. So in that regard, you get the boilerplate letter. Like I said, we didn't have any issues dealing with management during the course of the audit. So when we requested something, they were pretty responsive. One thing I will mention to you, and I think I mentioned it last year, you do have something called an arbitrage rebate liability. And that's a big word, but when you issue debt, let's say you issue debt at a 3% rate, which you issued debt at a very attractive rate in 2022, and then interest rates go up, and you reinvest that money at a rate higher than what you're paying it back at. So for me or you, it would be like taking out a mortgage on my house or a second mortgage on my house, interest rates go up, and I invested in a money market and actually earn more interest than I'm paying back on the house. Same sort of scenario. The federal government doesn't let you do that. So when you earn more interest than you're paying back on a municipal bond, you have to rebate that to the federal government. So right now you've earned about $1.2 million in basically a rebate liability to the federal government, which could fluctuate depending on what interest rates do before the project's complete. But I just want to make you aware of it. It's a penalty, but at the same time, you earned the money to pay it. So it's a penalty, but it's not like you're coming up using local tax dollars. You're using the interest earned on those bond proceeds to pay this liability to the federal government.
Do you have to pay the entire thing, or there's room for profit for the county?
There is a very small amount of profit you get to keep in there, but it's very small. Yeah.
It just seems wrong.
Well, yeah, no. What people used to do is years ago, they would issue debt. Tell how many gray hairs I have now, but they would issue debt, and for a project they weren't going to start for 6 or 7 years because they could reinvest it at a higher rate, because they were issuing debt at a tax exempt rate and they could reinvest it at a taxable rate. Mm-hmm. And so you had people on purpose issuing debt to earn this, what we call arbitrage. And basically the federal government wanted to put an end to that. So they did. So, yeah, it doesn't seem fair, particularly now with construction projects are just dragging out longer than they used to. There is a period, you have to spend it, there's spend down requirements. If you meet those, you get to keep the additional interest. But a lot of people, projects are just taking longer. And so people aren't able to meet the spend down requirements. So. And really, as part of the letter to those charged with government, we do provide copies of the recommended audit adjustments are attached to the end of that letter. So I'm kind of scrolling through those now. And you got to remember there are multiple funds here. So some are school funds, some are county. And then at the very end, really part of the appendix, I just alert you to new financial standards, or accounting, or reporting standards, really, that you're going to be dealing with, or your finance staff is going to be dealing with in the next year. Like to tell folks, an accounting standard is certainly better than melatonin. It'll put you to sleep. So if you're having trouble sleeping tonight, you can start reading these things. But it does let you know that these things are always changing. So the county's financial statements from 10 or 15 years ago really look a lot different than they do today because of new standards. And I'd like to just keep the board abreast of all the changes that are coming up. And that's really it for the audit presentation. I'll try to address the question on the.
Any further questions for Corbin?
None for me, not at this time. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for some of the work that you were able to share with me earlier this month as a new Board of Supervisor member. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Corbin. I appreciate your time.
Yep.
You had a question about the Google.
Yes, that's right. Please.
I don't know that I can answer that. I read the agreement. I've read the agreement, the performance agreement, which I believe is a 3-party agreement, if memory serves. I would have to read that again to see what latitude you have, because a lot of things are spelled out in that agreement, and I would just have to read it and have to really work with Mike to see what kind of latitude the county has. I don't know.
I was caught a bit flat-footed by the question. I will have an answer for you during break.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. If you do have questions later on, my contact information is on the front of that handout. So thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Davis, approval of accounts payable and item 16.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Welcome, new members. The first item I have for you is the approval of accounts payable item. As per our policy, this check exceeds $250,000, so must come before the board for approval. The check is for $843,771.71 payable to MB Contractors. This is for the Reed Mountain Fire Department Dispatch Center application for work completed through the end of December. So I think at this point we can expect to see monthly billings from them. So this would be for the month of December.
Any questions for Katie? If no questions, I have a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? None. Okay. And now the FY 2027 budget presentation.
Okay, sorry. Okay. All right, thank you. You wanna? Thank you. So yes, I have for you the first of many budget updates as we move through this process. I do want to point out that this presentation is really intended to be a high-level snapshot of essentially where we are starting the process from. Please keep in mind that this does not reflect any work of reviewing, prioritizing or balancing this information, and significant work still remains as we move through the budget process to reach that balanced budget. Okay, so first, this shows the planned calendar for the FY27 budget development and review process. As we move through it for a planned adoption in May, we will, of course, intend to stick as closely to these dates as possible, if not exactly. So you can see right now we are at the very start of the process with that little "you are here" icon. Again, this is going to provide you with our starting point for the budget. So as you can see, we are going to have monthly updates as we move through until adoption. Starting with next month, you'll have your first peek of the work done by the budget task force. That information will be reflected in the presentation, followed by the second review by the county administrator, which will be presented to the board in March. Following that presentation, we will have the budget subcommittee sessions tentatively planned between March 30th and April 10th. Obviously, that's going to depend on who will be attending in those schedules. After that, those recommendations will be presented again to the board. Well, it will first be communicated to the board on April 20th and then presented to the board at the April Board of Supervisors meeting. Following that presentation until May 13th of the public hearing will be the public review period. So that's April 29th through May 13th. And then finally, we have the budget and tax rate adoption planned for May 26th, the May board meeting. Okay. So similar to prior years, direction was issued by county administration to provide guidance to departments when crafting their budget requests. So for the FY27 budget, this guidance includes to first eliminate or reduce any non-essential expenditures. There was a bigger emphasis on justification and defined cost basis for all the requests, so that information needed to be more well-defined. Additionally, and this was similar to last year, a limit of non-personnel operating expenses to a maximum of 3%. Additionally, there was itemization of capital requests and including operating impacts, which is a new item. Last year, we expanded our capital outlook. This year, we've done so even more by including any operating impacts, which we did not previously include. And finally, aligning requests with demonstrated operational needs. Again, getting back to more quantification and justification for those items. So this provides not only direction to departments in crafting their request, it also serves as guidance to direct the framework for the entire budget review process. Okay. So getting into where we stand, this chart shows the FY26 adopted budget compared to where we are right now with the FY27 requested budget, which totals $107.9 million. So you can see off to the left, there are the functional areas that are represented in this. They are listed by allocation, with the largest chunk listed first and then going in descending order there. So you can see, even though the amount has changed, the allocations really have not changed that much from year to year, which is typically what we do see. I do want to note that the education category, which is that large light green category, this is really a placeholder right now. So the primary component of this is the contribution to the schools. That work has not been done yet. So this is just a placeholder figure, which is the FY26 adopted budget. It does not reflect any requests by the school board or any action on the Board of Supervisors part. This is just a placeholder that staff has put in for now. And again, I just want to emphasize these are initial submissions, and we have not yet gotten to the point of internal review that will begin the process of modifying these requests. Okay, to give a little more context of what makes up some of those, and I don't know why this looks a little weird. So sorry about that. Something happened in transfer where some of the text is not showing it properly. But to give a little more context of the roughly $9 million increase from the 26 adopted budget to the 27, some of the primary components of that, roughly 2.5 million for capital projects. Again, this is not the total request. This is the increase from year to year. There was also roughly 2.7 million for new personnel requests, 1.5 million for public safety operating request increases, 800,000 for health and welfare operating, and finally 600,000 for public works operating. So those are the main components for where that stands. And again, apologies that you can't quite see the numbers there. Okay, so to dive in a little bit more for the capital improvement plan, I just wanted to briefly highlight that. So those requests right now stand at 5.6 million. And again, that does include operating costs, which is a change from prior years. So you can see the largest category of this is public safety, which makes up a little bit more than half, followed by Parks, Recreation, and Culture, which is roughly a third of it. So please note that there are some projects that are being considered for financing or alternate funding sources that are not reflected here. This is the direct county ask.
What's included in the Parks and Recreation Capital Improvement Plan? If you know.
I can pull it up there. Let's see.
Or we can talk about it later.
Sure. Yeah, no, I have the information and I'm sorry. Because we have begun the internal review process, even though it's, that won't be reported till next month, if there's a lot of moving parts.
That's okay. We can talk about it
But yes, but I do have that information.
Okay. Let's reserve that question and we'll follow.
Okay, sure. So moving on to revenue projections, again, because it's preliminary, a lot of these are really unchanged from the FY26 adopted budget. However, the projections right now are about 95.2 million, which is a slight decrease from the FY26 adopted. You can see that the allocations really have not changed. And of course, the local portion still remains the primary component of this. But again, as we move through the process, this is going to be changing. So to dive into that a little bit, and again, those projections were all preliminary. You will see a lot of change as we move through the process. In the current outlook, there are indicators of an overall decrease in local revenues. So the main components driving that is a decrease in property taxes and sales tax. Again, this is not necessarily year to year, but where we are performing in terms of the budget. Keep in mind that sales tax, that one is 2 months in arrears. So that one is a little bit harder to project because right now we only have information through, well, at least in terms of this presentation, through October. That one I would expect more changes. That's just because that's the time it takes the state to turn around and give us that information. So additionally, we are seeing an increase in meals tax, which I believe was even covered in the audit presentation. And earnings on investment currently remain steady. That'll be another one to watch as we get moving on a lot of larger projects and using up funds and having to shift where some of those funds sit. So that's another one to keep our eye on. State revenue is currently showing a small increase, which is primarily due to an increase in comprehensive service refunds. Of course, there is an offset for this that is reflected on the expenditure side because these are reimbursements for funds that are being spent. And currently, federal revenues remain unchanged at this time. So in comparing the two, at this early stage, requested expenditures do exceed preliminary revenue estimates. It's not really unexpected at this point that would be the case because, again, there's a lot of work still has to be done till we get to the point to balance it. But as we move through the review processes, we will refine those revenue estimates and make adjustments on the expenditure side to reach the balanced budget. Okay. And just to review what those internal review stages look like, we first start off with the budget task force. So this is comprised of a group of internal staff that provides representation of all the areas of the county. So they are the first team to take a deep dive, make recommendations, and then pass that on to the next stage of review, which is the county administrator's review. This is a secondary independent review, although the recommendations from the budget task force are shared and considered in that review. That then moves on to the budget subcommittee. which I know you guys are all familiar with now. So that's really the point where we will refine and finalize those reviews and amendments prior to the advertised budget. Although I do want to point out, changes can still be made after that point, but it's still not final until it's adopted. This graph just shows historically where things have stood at each stage of the review, just to help illustrate how things move throughout the budget process as we move through it. So you can see here FY25 is in green, FY26 is in blue. And there can be more dramatic changes, depending on the year, but you can see that it's not expected, or it's not unexpected that we would be not where we want to be at this point, so to speak. Okay.
That's pretty dramatic, actually, when you see it in graph form.
Yeah, I think it's very helpful to see that, just to show historically how we've moved through the process. Well, thank you for letting me present today, and again, kind of giving you our budget starting point. Are there any questions I could answer at this time?
Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the hard work on this. Appreciate it.
So much.
If we could, for the 3:30, have the real estate reassessment schedule for the group.
Mr. Chair, seems like that we were talking about reassessment just not very long ago. And so there again, it's that time of year if you stay with the 4-year reassessment cycle. So what we felt like that we wanted to bring to you was the framework for the real property reassessment in counties. As a general rule, the counties are required to conduct the general reassessment of real estate once every 4 years is what we've been operating on in Botetourt County. Counties with a population of 50,000 or less may, by majority vote, the board elect to conduct reassessments on a 5-year or 6-year cycle instead of the standard 4-year cycle. Botetourt County, as I had mentioned, is currently on the 4-year cycle, consistent with the default requirements in state law. And the most recent countywide reassessment was completed in 2024. Under the current schedule, the next reassessment would require preparatory work to begin in early 26, which would be coming up here exceptionally quickly, with a request for proposals issued in early spring of 26 and the new real property values to take effect in January of 28. So alternately, the board may elect to extend the cycle to a 5-year as permitted under the code, which would postpone the next reassessment by 1 year, with work beginning in 27 and the new real property values take effect in 29. Direction from the board is needed at this time to allow for allow staff to proceed with planning and procurement activities if the 4-year cycle is to continue, or if you choose to move that to a 5-year cycle. We just need to know that situation and what your desires might be. There are several considerations, including market equity, administrative burden that you might understand, the cost that's associated with that, and we do not use an in-house folks reassessment team for that. So those are reassessments are done on a professional procurement basis. So the taxpayer impact is longer intervals between the reassessments may result in larger value changes when the reassessment occurs. So there could be that potential of sticker shock on the value of your property, as you might imagine, if there is inflation in the value of homes in general. Also, revenue stability, more frequent reassessments result in more adjustments to the tax base and revenue projections. So with that information, we certainly try to answer questions as much as possible, or have some of the discussion around this topic. So the board may decide to keep the current reassessment schedule at the 4-year interval and direct staff to proceed with the RFP. And under normal conditions, we would have done that, but we had two new board members coming on, and we wanted to make sure that we were in alignment with what your wishes were as a board. And so the other one is to vote to change the reassessment schedule to a 5-year interval and defer the planning and the procurement of that accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, if you have questions, we'll certainly try to field those, but
One of the questions that was interesting to me is, all right, so if we go we're 2 years out and we say, hey, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Maybe we wanted 4 years because of the economy is changing or anything like that. The problem I see in that is RFP, because we have to do it now. So is that true? Would there be a difficulty in trying to find the assessor at that point in time to get RFP?
well, what would end up happening if you put it off a year, then the procurement would end up taking place next year. So you're still in the same prep mode as you would if it were on the 4-year cycle. So it's up to, I feel certain that we would be able to find the folks to actually do the reassessment. Always have been able to actually do that. And I would suspect that would still be the same.
Preferably, the way that everything's going, I wouldn't mind moving it to a 5-year interval, although I would like to hear from the board and see what their thoughts are.
I would move to expand it to a 5-year interval.
From what I can see from the economic projections, I think we should go to the 5 years.
Mr. Snyder, any thoughts?
I have no objections to going to the 5-year.
In that case, that I make a motion to vote to change the reassessment schedule to a 5-year interval. President.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
There it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we can, I know that it's just a little early. If we could, I'll tell you what, let's go to the approval of Orchard Lake Engineering Agreement. If we can do that.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here to ask for consideration of the Orchard Lake Engineering contract award to the Simmons Group. As a review, during its regular meeting on September 23rd, 2025, the Board of Supervisors authorized staff to issue a request for proposal for professional engineering services related to the Orchard Lake Dam, including preparation of a dam break inundation zone or DBIZ analysis and an evaluation of alternative solutions. Following a competitive procurement process, staff selected the Timmons Group as the recommended firm. The Timmons Group has submitted a final proposal to perform a phase scope of work consisting of a DBIZ analysis, which will give us the hazard rating that I think a lot of people were looking for. And it also will give us alternative analysis and preliminary engineering and a PER, or preliminary engineering report. They were also assisting us in getting the grants associated with this work. There are 2 grants that we would be qualified for. One is for the DBIZ study itself, and one is for the alternative analysis. The purpose of this contract is to allow the county to obtain a clear understanding of the current regulatory status or their hazard rating, safety risk, and inundation impacts associated with the Orchard Lake Dam, and evaluate feasible long-term alternatives, including identification of potential grant funding to offset future costs. The total proposal cost for all phases is $118,807.07. With that being said, the DBIZ study is for $43,540. There is a current grant that is a 90-10 split. So the county's portion would only be $4,354. And there's also a grant for a 90-10 split again, and these are super grants, so we're pretty excited about that, for the alternative analysis. So the alternative analysis originally in this proposal is for $33,910. That would be reduced to 10%, which would be $3,391. So the overall cost to the county for this proposal would be $49,102 instead of the $118 if receiving of both the grant for the DBIZ study and for the alternative analysis. So while a final contract is not available for inclusion in the packet, staff recommends authorization to execute a contract consistent with the summarized scope and cost in the proposal. So the actual T's and C's haven't been haven't been put into contract form, but the cost and scope have been agreed upon or negotiated.
So as we look at this, there's three things we got to approve, but first, we have any questions for Mr. Evans?
I have some questions.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Evans, for your presentation. I would like to follow up on a couple key points here because there's a lot of confusion in the community with regards to what the intent is with this dam from the county's perspective, what the financial obligations are, what the financial options are in terms of whether remediation or breaching is sought after. So can we just spend a few minutes, please? I would like to review the 90-10 and why we're in a super grant year. Could you start with that and just explain a little bit about what this grant procedure looks like so that we can
Yes,
look
sir.
at that a
So
little bit more
typically
closely?
the grants are 50-50. While we're in a super grant year, I assume it's, I cannot speak to that. That's the DCR. I just know that that this is an odd year or odd timing because it is typically 50-50. So that being said, for the DBIZ study, once again, which would be a 90-10, that is required to get a hazard analysis. Until we get a hazard analysis, we really have no idea what we got. It's been marked as a high hazard. That is presumptive. There's not been a DBIZ study, so nobody really knows that answer until the DBIZ study is completed. And once again, the county's part of that DBIZ study is only $4,354. So that's that would answer those questions. The alternative analysis is basically, I can read it to you. The different alternatives are to bring the dam into compliance with the DCR, lower the dam to where the compounded amount is below regulatory levels, or to breach the dam. So one of the reasons we picked the Timmons Group is they came to us with an open slate. They didn't say, hey, which way are you looking? They said, hey, we're going to do a PER or a preliminary engineering report to see what exactly we have and what to do with it next. So until that's done, until once again the DBIZ is done and we get our different alternatives, and then once those alternatives are found, then it's up to, I guess, you guys to decide what you want to do with it next.
So just to review for myself, Super Grant Year provides us a 90-10 grant, which is about as cheap as you can get it.
Absolutely.
We have not had a hazard classification as of yet. The inundation study will provide that hazard classification.
Correct, sir.
The alternative piece of this will offer us exactly what we're saying. What are the options with regards to this dam? Breaching, lowering,
Or fixing.
repair, whatever that looks like. But there is no intent at this time to pursue any one single goal.
Absolutely not.
The intent of this is to cleanly look at every option so that those options can then be reviewed independently, one after another.
Correct,
Do I
sir.
understand that correctly?
Correct, sir. And the PER will also give a time and cost analysis of each of the different alternatives that are presented.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your extra time.
Yes, sir.
I just have a question. So, is there any kind of time limit on when that information is going to be presented? And the only reason I ask is I'm guessing if we're in this super year that we want to commence the work, there'd be more grants available for actually commencing the work, or is that not true?
So the grants are due, I guess the applications are due by April 6th. I have no knowledge of the future grants. I just know that, once again, there's a lot of concern here. So the sooner we get this done, the inundation study done, the sooner we can get the hazard rating and the folks living there can see what they've actually got.
Thank
And the
you.
rest of the county as well.
Any other questions?
Excellent report there, Mr. Evans. I think finally we're getting to where we need to be and answer some of the folks' questions over at Orchard Lake. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So the staff recommendation is the first one, approval of award the professional services contract, Timmons Group, grant assistant for proposal about 118,806. As we found out, that is 49,102 with the super grants being applied. Right. All right. Do I have a motion for approval?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second one would be authorize the county administrator to execute the contract subject to review and approval by the county attorney. That's number 2.
So moved.
Second that, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the third one is authorize appropriation of the full contract amount for the intent to offset the cost through grant funding to the maximum extent possible.
Make a motion.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that went through. Now, if we could move to our 3:30 public hearing for dissolving the Safety Commission. Mr. Lockaby.
Mr. Chairman, sorry if I stay sat down.
Yes, please. That's fine.
Thank you.
Are you tired?
It's because of all the shoveling.
I'm just lazy. Mr. Chairman, what's going on here is we were going through and doing the committee assignment list, and by I mean staff just coming up with everything, making sure all of our bases were covered for this year in November and December. And it came to our attention that there was a requirement within the county code for a highway safety commission. And as far as we could figure out after having investigated it, they had not met in living memory. David Mormon thought that they might have met once when he was very new to the county. They were supposed to meet 4 times a year, and they were supposed to be appointed and do all sorts of things. I did some research in order to figure out where this all came from. There were section 2.1-64.19 of the state code, which was a section that existed in the 1970s and 80s, required all counties to have a highway safety commission to advise a statewide highway safety agency that no longer exists and hasn't in 30 years. So it's been sitting in our code. We haven't been doing anything with it. As far as I was able to figure out, only the city of Richmond still has an active highway safety commission. And apparently, as a large city, they control their own streets. And basically, their commission just sort of advises them on how to make neighborhood streets safer. In Botetourt County, that all really is handled by VDOT and to some degree by the Regional Transportation Planning Organization. So since there's almost no reason to have this, and the state law no longer provides for it to have any role within the general organization of how highway safety is handled, we recommend that it simply be eliminated from the code.
Any questions on this? Not, we have a draft resolution. I would ask for approval for the draft.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we need a public hearing.
And I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And I will open up the public hearing. Any comments upon this?
There was a statewide agency called the Governor's Highway Safety Committee, which was housed within what was at that time the Secretariat of Transportation, which no longer exists. And it was composed of several different agencies, and they were supposed to consult with the local highway safety commissions which every county was required to have when they were considering different investments by the state in highway safety measures. There is still a bucket of money that VDOT expends for that, but it goes through a completely different process, which the TPO and I think sometimes the Board of Supervisors is involved in, but the Highway Safety Commission no longer is.
Any other questions? If not, yes, sir. Are we liable for any damages?
We haven't been required to do this work for 30 years, and apparently
Damages.
back when we did it.
There we go. All right, I'll close the public hearing unless there's anybody else. And then any discussion upon this? Other than I just see we need to abolish this and abide by the resolution attached. I have a motion.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, if we could, I think you keep me straight as well. The other thing I do want to, that I missed, we do have a walk-on, and it's going to be after number 16, after we finish F. It's from the economic development, so stay tuned on that. We can go to the 345 public hearing to vacate easement. Mr. Lindsay. Good afternoon. Context.
Thank you. Whoop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay.
All right. Good afternoon. I will go ahead and start. This is a pretty straightforward hearing. This is for the vacation of a 10-foot drainage easement, which is located within the 50-foot right-of-way of Glades End Road. This is showed on Plat Book 64, page 22. As you can see in the plat here. So this is to allow Glades End Road to meet requirements for acceptance into the VDOT secondary state system of highways. And to do that, this easement must be vacated. Currently, this easement is held by the county. When this subdivision was platted, we took this easement in. So in order for this to be accepted into the state highway system, we must vacate this easement. Pretty straightforward. If there are any questions from you, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Any questions?
No.
Mr. Lindsay? No questions.
No questions.
All right. Let me open public hearing. Any questions on the vacation of the easement? Vacating the easement. No questions, comments, close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, consideration of resolution requesting the Glades End Road, West Glades Trail, and East Trail be taken by secondary system highways.
Okay. As with the first one, this one is also pretty straightforward. This is for the acceptance of Glades End Road, West Glade Trail, and East Glade Trail into the VDOT system of roads. VDOT has reviewed these roads, have been on site multiple times, and have deemed it to the standards to be accepted into the system. This is a fairly standard process that we go through. Doesn't happen a ton, but is fairly standard. This is outlined in section 33.2-335 of the Virginia State Code. Again, there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those for you.
Any questions? Board members?
No questions.
Do you have a motion for adoption of the attachment resolution?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There we have it.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And requested a 15-minute recess. And back in about 4 o'clock if we could. That'd be fantastic. If we could. Thank you very much.
Matt, could I ask you another question? Okay.
Okay, if we could move right now to the number 16, the appointments. A, we have consideration, the reappointment of Dr. Bailey, Botetourt Economic Development Authority. Dr. Bailey completed the term. Mr. David Bryan, and reappointed, it would expire on January 31st, 2030. And Dr. Bailey is willing to serve. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The second one is consider reappointment of Dr. Elizabeth Leffel to the Planning Commission, representing Fincastle District. If reappointed, this term would expire on January 31st, 2030, and Dr. Leffel is willing to serve. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll
All in
second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And consider reappointment of Tim Lucas to the Planning Commission. If reappointed, this term would expire on January 31st, 2030. Mr. Lucas is willing to serve. I will make that appointment a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And for the consideration and appointment of the Amsterdam District Representative to the Planning Commission, if appointed, this term would expire January 31st of 2030. And who represents that is Supervisor Snyder. Do we have a recommendation?
Yes, at this time, I would like to nominate Mr. Steve Hartman for Planning Commission Representative, Amsterdam District.
We have Steve Hartman. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then the consideration appointment for the Buchanan District Representative, the Planning Commission. And this also will be January 31st, 2030. And in that Buchanan District,
I nominate Mark Tyson for the Planning Commission. Mark has training in architecture. He has construction experience. He is an experienced engineer. He actually designed a house that received an architectural award. He also has been CEO of a number of companies. He has extraordinary project management skills. I think he would be in a district.
and that is the motion
Yes.
as well. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we have that. We also need to make sure we write a letter and thanking Mr. Simmons for. So, yes, it was Mr. Snyder. We go ahead. Do you want to go through the roll call? There was,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Nicely?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might butt in, and I apologize that this is something on the agenda that I did not catch as we were going beforehand. The terms of Dr. Leffel and Mr. Lucas, as well as for Mr. Tyson, would actually run through December 31 of 2029. And the appointment of Mr. Hartman would be for the unexpired remainder of the term of Mr. Snyder, because he has resigned from his seat when he became elected to the Board of Supervisors. Can I kindly ask if the board could just vote to make sure that that correction makes it into the record?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Tyson, you got that, didn't you? That information?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
The considered appointment for the Buchanan District Representative to the Library Board of Trustees. This term expires December 31st, 2029. And do I have a recommendation?
Yes, I nominate Catherine H. Beard for this position. Kathy has a PhD in education. She has taught at every grade level. She's been a principal of a school. She's been a superintendent. She really has her eye on education and the function of the library to provide education. So I think she's a resident of the Buchanan district and is willing to serve.
So have it, and that was in a motion.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Wait,
Okay.
Mrs. Rotman, would you kindly speak into the microphone and repeat the name of your nominee, please?
Oh, yes. Catherine H. Beard.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Beard, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's all votes for, okay. And now, if we can, we do have a walk-on item. And this is an economic development walk-on item. Mr. LaRue.
Thank you, Dr. Scott Horn and board members. It's, as I said earlier, it's a pleasure to be here. So we have an opportunity here and wanted to bring that before you. So the board members you have before you today is a performance agreement that has been worked on for some time. Staff has consulted the county's financial advisors, the EDA, the Department of Economic Development, the Roanoke Regional Partnership, and county legal staff and others associated in the legal world, and the developer to be able to bring this before you today. Also, I wish to make you keenly aware that if you choose to approve the performance agreement today, this does not mean that anything will happen with the project. The approval today is limited to the point to allow the developer to seek appropriate financing for the project. This performance agreement is a strategic partnership between Botetourt County, the Economic Development Authority, and Gateway Circle Properties to secure a major national destination retailer for our region that is acceptable to the Board of Supervisors. The name of the destination retailer retail operation is held confidential at this point. This deal is built on the but-for principle. Due to the massive cost of the site preparation, grading, and infrastructure, this project would not be financially viable, and the retailer would not be able to locate here but for having this performance-based structure. By landing this anchor tenant, it is anticipated that this would transform the I-81 interchange at 150 into a regional economic hub that would likely attract additional business and investment for decades into the future, if at all possible. This is a unique opportunity. This agreement is the tool required to potentially land a major national destination retailer that would otherwise not locate in our community due to the high cost of the preparation. Overcoming site challenges. The reality is that the extensive site work, including mass grading, retaining walls, and infrastructure upgrades, creates a financial gap that private development cannot bridge alone. Infrastructure as a catalyst. Without this performance-based grant, the necessary improvements to public utilities, stormwater systems, roads would remain unaddressed, and the project would likely move to a different locality. Financial safeguards for the county. No upfront public funds. The county is not advancing any money to finance this project. The developer is responsible for all initial capital and construction costs. No public debt. Botetourt County is not borrowing money or issuing bonds to pay for this development. Performance-based payment only. The developer receives $0 until the destination retailer is open for business, has a certificate of occupancy, and is actively generating tax revenue. Capped exposure. The county's total commitment currently is strictly capped at $69 million Once that limit is reached, the grant ends regardless of how much time remains in the 20-year term. No financial guarantees. The county will not financially guarantee the developer's loans or provide any pledges of its full faith credit to the developer's lenders. Strict audit requirements. Every dollar of the qualified expense must be certified by an independent CPA firm chosen by the EDA, Botetourt EDA, to ensure the public is only reimbursing legitimate industry standard related costs. Community impact. The developer is responsible for the roads. As a condition of the agreement, the developer must complete all necessary road improvements to access the site and receive necessary approval from VDOT. Public asset upgrades. The project includes upgrades to public utilities, water, sewer systems that serve the broader Gateway Crossing area. Long-term value and quality of life. A 20-year horizon. This agreement is temporary. Once the development costs are paid off, or after a maximum of 20 years, 100% of all tax revenues will stay with the county to fund schools, public safety, and other local priorities. Until that point, a percentage will go to the county and to the lender for this project. Quality of life. Bringing a renowned destination retailer to Botetourt County reduces the need for residents to travel outside the county for shopping and will import tax revenues from people outside of the community. Gateway Crossing. The county has sought to redevelop the Gateway Crossing area for at least 15 years. And this project would potentially provide a catalyst toward that redevelopment effort. First of a long row. The efforts today are but the first efforts of the project in earnest, and if approved, would again only allow the developer the opportunity to seek financing for this project. Again, this approval would not ensure that the project would be built. We have multiple groups who will present information to you today. Mike Lockaby, County Attorney, will present the concepts that we have gone through to limit liabilities. However, before him, Mr. Kyle Rosner, Botetourt County Director of Economic Development, will provide additional information on the process and the tax increment financing, TIF, and the other information that I'm sure that you will find useful. Mr. Rosner.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me speak today. I want to speak briefly about the revenue generation tied with this project, and these are the estimates and projections, and then how the deal is structured, because it is something new for the county. So first on the revenue, this grant only applies to incremental local revenue. So the new taxes created by this project that do not exist today, including sales tax, meals tax, personal property tax, and the various other local taxes. The county is considering incentivizing this particular commercial development with a performance agreement because of the importance of the site at Gateway Crossing, as well as the immense revenue implications that the project could bring to bear that are unlike most commercial developments. The county has developed revenue projections based on estimates from the developer, analysis from the Roanoke Regional Partnership, and analysis from PFM, who the county engaged with to provide financial advice on the deal. We've gone over these different scenarios in detail with you all, and have done a lot of iterations of this, different scenarios. I'll summarize with this: an average 20-year total revenue projection for the retailer and some of the adjoining out parcels would be in the ballpark of $175 million. So on the deal structure, what is a TIF, or a tax increment financing deal? So a TIF is a common financing tool that Virginia localities utilize for development projects. It captures future increase in tax revenue generated by a new development, or the increment, to pay for the related costs such as site improvements and debt service required to make that development happen. This is a self-funding development. So this mechanism uses the new tax revenue generated specifically by this project to pay for the infrastructure and debt it requires to be built. We are essentially using the project's future success to fund its present needs. This is not a traditional TIF or tax increment financing. This is what's called a synthetic TIF. And so why is it synthetic? So unlike a traditional TIF, the performance agreement before the board today does not require the county to issue debt. So that is why it's considered a synthetic TIF. The debt will be up to a private entity. This protects the general fund for the county. So this is not a payout from our existing budget. The developer will find private lenders to cover the project costs. And then once the project is built and revenue flows to the county, the developer will be repaid through that revenue over a period of time by the incremental increase in local taxes, money that would not exist if the project were not built. So this tool, as Mr. LaRue said, bridges the financial gap that often prevents redevelopment from happening in particularly challenging areas. And I would say that this piece of property and the Gateway Crossing is particularly challenging. This is also a site of critical importance to the county. It is the county's gateway. So in sum, the county will only be reimbursing real costs, such as infrastructure for developing the site and carrying costs, all of which will be reviewed by a third-party auditor of the EDA's choice and the county's choice once the project is built and generating revenue. The county is not raising taxes, is not creating taxes, is not issuing new debt to finance the project. The performance agreement in front of you today is a guarantee that a portion of future revenue derived from the successful completion of the project will be directed to the developer over the payback period. Once that is finished, Botetourt County will receive 100% of the revenue. So that's a little bit about the structure and some of the information around revenue. And I think Mr. Lockaby is going to share his thoughts about risk mitigation and how that's built into the performance agreement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Rosner. As Mr. Rosner stated, I've been working carefully with PFM Public Finance, which is both a municipal financial advisor as well as an advisor on TIFs, public-private partnerships, and similar public-private financing mechanisms, as well as one of my close colleagues, Arthur Anderson, who's a little bit of an elder statesman colleague with a lot of experience in these sorts of deals. Wanted to talk about some of the ways in which we sought to minimize risk in this scenario. As Mr. LaRue stated, first off, if the anchor does not appear, then no taxes are then none of a tax increment is actually paid to anybody. Now, that is, of course, an important point, because we cannot at this point disclose who the anchor would be. However, we did just get done adopting an incentives policy, which I believe provides that in order for a retailer to be incentivized, and I'm pulling it out right here. I apologize that I am not quite as on top of it as I could be. Do you have it? Yeah. A destination retail, which is predicted to have 80% of its sales to outside of county citizens, to have no location within 90 miles, and over $100 million in predicted annual sales, which, as you can imagine, really narrows it down. So before the effectiveness of this agreement, there would have to be someone that met those basic criteria. Secondly, as Mr. LaRue stated, there are very clear buckets of cost that have been laid out in here for defined categories of professional costs, construction costs, development costs, and savings taken off the top, and that those costs would be verified by a CPA chosen by the county. Now, it should be noted that although the cap on all of these actual costs is $69 million, and although the county is not issuing debt in its name, someone is going to have to issue debt and someone is going to have to buy that debt. One of the more difficult pieces of the discussions about this has been trying to figure out what that debt package might look like. Consequently, there is a clause in here which provides that once a buyer of that debt is found, that the final financing package will, in general terms, be approved by the Board of Supervisors. Also, those funds would be paid to the financing partner, which is to say the revenues would be transferred to the financing partner rather than paid through the developer and then to the financing partner, which gives an additional level of comfort. There's also a tax revenue piece that is provided back to the county. This would be the TIF would get 90% of all revenues for the first 5 years, 85% of all revenues from the project area within years 6 to 10, and then 80% for years 11 through 20. This is in recognition that, well, the county will face some actual concrete costs. There are public safety implications to having a major new development. However, we believe that many of those costs will be offset as a result of having that 10% of that total increment come back to the county, as well as through spin-off tax revenues brought into businesses where people come in to go to the destination retailer and spend money at other businesses in Botetourt County. The final two pieces here are performance guarantees. While we do not have, nor could we in good faith disclose, if we did have all of the details of the agreement between the developer and our putative anchor, that anchor does in fact have clearly has a lot of faith in this developer, as well as contractual arrangements with this developer that require performance, and that gives us a lot of comfort. Also, they would have the same normal development sureties that any other developer would have to the county, such as for construction, for grading, construction of BMPs, construction of water sewer improvements, as well as road improvements. So all of those would also be posted, which gives us a certain amount of comfort that during the construction phase, this will either be effectively completed, or we will have the funds available to remediate any problem. So I'm open to any questions. I'm sure that there are other important clauses to this agreement that you may wish to hear about, but those are the principal things that I was concerned about as the legal counsel.
The surety bonds, what is the percentage usually for most developments? And then this one?
Well, this is to all developments. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you're Robert Fralin, Google, Mike Lockerbie. You've got to go and you have to provide either a letter of credit or a surety bond to the county to secure the grading, which is to say, typically that's an erosion and sediment control bond, which would allow us to stabilize the site if for whatever reason the developer pulls off the job and doesn't complete it. The second is stormwater control improvement bonds, which is again a bond or a letter of credit in the amount of 110% of the cost of construction of the BMPs, which is to say the stormwater detention ponds. Third, you have the water and sewer improvements, which typically we take conjointly with the water or sewer provider, which I believe in this scenario, the water provider would be the town of Troutville and the sewer provider would be Western Virginia Water Authority. We have a long history of working with Western Virginia Water Authority to predict and figure out what those bonds should be. And then finally, for road and connectivity development, and VDOT requires us to get bonds for that, as well as in some cases for private roads that are used for public access.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's fairly extensive. There are more and less expensive ways to handle it, but we do that for every development. And I think it's important to note that if Kyle went and built a house, he'd have to post all of those bonds, and the very biggest people like the Googles and Munterses of the world also post them, as does Altec. So it hits everybody.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, I just wanted to clarify, you've already clarified this for me, but maybe somebody in the audience has the same question. There is no recourse against the county for any of those bonds. Is that accurate?
That is 100% correct. And that is one of the beauties of this structure, is that a traditional TIF, as opposed to a synthetic TIF, a traditional TIF, you issue a bond. You issue it in the name either of the TIF district or of the locality, and it is guaranteed solely by the revenue stream of the taxes. So this is similar in as much as whatever debt were ultimately sold would be secured by the revenue stream of the taxes, but it is not in the name of Botetourt County. Consequently, there's neither an actual nor implied recourse against the county.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're not going to a ratings agency and saying, and giving them some sort of wink and nod that this is backed by the county. There's no such thing happening as that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we get too far in questions, I did want to note that there's a representative from the developer here who I think would like to share some words.
Absolutely. If we could. Mr. Cassie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. Neil Cassie here on behalf of Gateway Circle Properties. After that, I'm really speechless. I don't know what to say. I know that's hard for you to believe, a lawyer saying that, but I'm speechless. Wow, what a great project for any county. Simply a once in a lifetime opportunity, in my view. And it's dropped right here in the lap of Botetourt County for the taking. Let me go over what I saw as the high points of what was hit by a great job by staff and the attorney for the county. The redevelopment of gateway crossings. We all know much money has been spent out there by the county, the state, the federal government. It's just missing one thing, a destination retail center. This is the answer. It is a destination retail center. There was an estimate of incremental tax revenue. That estimate was $175 million. I stand here before you on behalf of the developer. We feel that number is conservative. We think this project for the county will develop much more money than that. But today, I want to also point out today, when we talk about incremental tax revenue, that site generates to the county $19,000 of tax revenue. What we're talking about is a significant amount of tax revenue being generated from that project. The baseline number, again, is $19,000. We're estimating in the first year that, the number will be significantly more than that. And I'll go into those figures here in a minute. And I also want to point out, it was pointed out earlier, I think, by Mr. Rosner, this is money that will not exist if the performance agreement you have before you here today is not approved and the project is not completed. And I want to go back to the completion of the project because I think that's a critical piece that we've been working on hard with the county. I know that, the number of $69 million was thrown out. Our budget is more along the lines of $80 million. We've tried to make some determinations with the county. We feel that $80 million is sufficient to complete the project. We're unsure if $69 million is appropriate. We don't think it is. So we would ask the board to consider $80 million. And remember, you're not funding $80 million. That's a cap. We don't think $80 million will be spent. It is a cap. The grant amount in the performance agreement is set after your independent review of all of our expenses. And once those expenses are reviewed, after the project is completed, then we will set the grant amount. That grant amount cannot exceed the cap. The cap is not the grant amount that we're asking you to approve today. The grant amount will be set when the project's completed. It just cannot exceed the cap. Benefits to the project. I want to go back over those because I think they're important. Or benefits to the county. It's been said once or twice, this project, this TIF, this performance agreement is no risk to the county. The county is not advancing any money. The county is not financing the project or guaranteeing the project. The performance agreement is funded solely from incremental tax revenues generated from the project. And again, today that baseline is $19,000. When we work out the numbers, we believe in year one, when the project is completed, the county will receive $500,000 that first year, and that will continue till about year 7. After year 7, that amount will go up to $2 million per year. And then once the project expenses are paid in full, which is, we believe, about 15 or 16 years according to our projections, but it's capped at 20 years. It can be no longer than 20 years. That number goes up to $5+ million per year of incremental tax revenue to this county. Again, in closing, we ask for the opportunity to complete the project. You know, it's been said this is a first step, but we've got to make this first step in good faith. We've got to give this developer enough leeway to make this project happen. Again, the tax revenues are only derived if the project is completed, and we need enough money for the project completed, and we ask you to please consider an $80 million performance agreement. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Chrissy?
No questions.
Thank you. Would the developer himself like to say anything? Okay. So any other questions for Mr. Rosner, Mr. Lockaby, or Mr. LaRue from the board?
I don't have any questions per se, but I do have a comment to make. I would like the general public to know that there has been a tremendous amount of effort by this board and previous board members to reach this point in time. And it is a testament to the developer to bring an opportunity to Botetourt County of this magnitude. However, it is incumbent upon this board to make a good decision. And I commend the effort to date on that part.
I will second that. We have Mr. Hull, that's up there, that has spent many hours, many days, weeks on this as well. There's a lot of individuals that we can put on that list. But I thank everybody spending their time on this. So presently what we have in front of us is a performance agreement. And if you would, Mr. Lockaby, go through the one more time, those specifics of the key things that we're looking at within that performance agreement. There's a whole lot to it.
You're going to ask me to remember what I said and repeat it back to you?
Just only the highlighted portion.
Okay. The very big picture is that as the agreement is currently set up, the agreement that I believe that we have spent a lot of time on and that the board has had some briefings on in the past regarding the investment. This is to stimulate a TIF, or this is to stimulate a development that otherwise would not happen within the Gateway Crossing area of Botetourt County. If y'all are familiar, and I imagine the public is, you all are certainly familiar, but in case anybody's not, you have the crossing of 220 and 11, and then you have the gateway circle that goes around the back of it. That area in the middle that has the truck stop and the Hardee's on the very edge of it, that area is a very difficult site. We have a developer who's come to the county and has asked for help developing that site with a major destination retailer that meets the incentive policy. And Botetourt County has never given an incentive to a retailer before. I bet it will be, I'll have as much gray hair as Gary does before the next time, I'm pretty sure.
Or no.
It's noted. The way that it is structured is that currently there is an amount that this property is paying in taxes, and it's all real and personal property tax. It's somewhere in the range of, I think I've heard the number 19,000, but it's in total somewhere in that general 20-ish thousand range. If you and the idea is that due to development of that site with infrastructure, including water, sewer, both a connection to VDOT roads as well as an internal road network, developing stormwater and management facilities, and frankly, taking what's currently a hill and making it into a usable pad site, which it's difficult to overstate in some ways the difficulty of doing that. We're looking at potentially stimulating significant new tax revenues. And while there are some differences of opinion, you may have heard, as far as what the total amount of those tax revenues that would be stimulated are, it is certain that the tax revenues to be stimulated by this facility over the 20-year period after the doors open would be very significant. The basic point of the agreement is that beginning on the date when the doors of that destination retailer open, there would be 20 years for the incremental tax above that current 20-ish thousand every year from pretty much whatever category of tax that is, whether it's real estate, personal property, B-poll, transient occupancy, sales, and meals, with the exception of the transient occupancy increment that goes to VBR and a couple of other things that the state has mandated that we dedicate in certain ways. That all of that goes into a separate fund. And that fund is but with the treasurer, and the treasurer takes and 10% of that fund for the first 5 years, 15% of that fund for the next 5 years, and 20% of that fund for the following 10 years goes into the county general fund. The other 90, 85, 80 goes to paying off both the principal of the amount of money involved, which we talked about how that was going to be actual costs. We've talked about how the amount the board was comfortable with based upon the analyses of our financial advisors was $69 million as a total cap of the actual costs. We know that there's also going to be a piece here that needs to be paid back, which is the financing cost or the carrying cost. And we'd do a disservice if we didn't point that out. Just as anytime that a human being borrows money, you got to pay rent on your money. And the rent on that money is something that we're going to come back and talk about once we have an idea of what the landlord for that money is going to charge for rent. However, we have a mechanism for coming back and talking about that once that's sorted out. Finally, and I did want to emphasize this final point, we would, both the anchor tenant and we would have contractual relationships outside of this performance agreement, as well as zoning requirements and site plan construction requirements that would play into this. that I think give all of us a margin of comfort that this really will happen, or we will know before there is significant exposure of anybody that it will not. But if we don't take this step, we can be 100% certain that it won't.
Very good. Any other comments, questions? So before us, we have the performance agreement. This is one step to many for them, of course, but do I have a motion of the approval of the performance agreement?
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, we're gonna have,
Discussion?
yep,
Okay.
any discussion?
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say, in cooperation with the developer, Walt, Michael, and I were able to develop information so that I could take it to the residents of the Buchanan district. I presented it at my town hall. I presented in many private conversations. And while I was not able to talk with everybody in my district, I believe that I was able to talk with a very representative group of people. People of different occupations, different income levels. I was also able to point out the risks, mitigation of the risks that Mr. Lockaby has talked about, and the overall kind of overwhelming opinion of the people in my district that I spoke with was to approve the project.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Overwhelming approval. All right. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move to the citizens' comment period. If I can have, I know I did want to see. Understand? If I can, I know I pushed you off to the very end here. If I can have you come on up.
David Saint again from Amsterdam. The last speaker started by saying, wow. I'll start by saying, wow, also. And I'm going to make a comment about the most recent proposal, which is that, in my humble opinion, this should not be a walk-on item. This is a major issue for the county, and I think more notification should have been given to the broader community. I appreciate Ms. Rotman's discussing this with her constituents, but very few people in the county are going to know about this development. Now, there's a rumor that this is a Costco, and a lot of people will be likely in favor of this. Nevertheless, this is going to look to the general population like Google 2.0, that they were left out of the loop. So I'll just implore you to involve your citizens. And I think this also speaks to the need for a new meeting time at 6 p.m., as was suggested earlier. I also think the agenda should include more details with links to any slides that are going to be presented so that citizens can review those ahead of time. Like was mentioned earlier, we just get notification on Friday, the day before Tuesday. We don't have much time. And I would further suggest that we have the email address of the presenter so that citizens can contact the presenter. Back to Orchard Lake, I'm enthralled that we're going to have an inundation study that had been requested for years from the very first meeting. You may have heard that the citizens around the lake decided not to form an HOA. That was not the case. We wanted to hear whether this was a high hazard dam or not based on an inundation study. We've been asking for this for a long time. So great job on getting the inundation study as part of this RFP. It's great that it's a super grant year. My understanding is that the application must be turned in by the owners of the dam by March 31st. So fairly short time frame. I did want to ask Mr. Evans, who presented, he mentioned a Davis. That's some jargon I don't know. Is he still here? I'd like to know what that is. Davis, what is it? Okay, general population doesn't know what that means. Okay, and then just one final comment. He mentioned that they chose the Timmons Group because they came with a clean slate. And while I think it's okay for the construction company to have a clean slate, I think the board should go to the construction company with a slate that reflects the will of the citizens, the great majority of whom want to preserve the dam. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Martell. And this specifically is a conservation easement.
Lee Martell, Buchanan. I was going to talk about item 16, the appointments. Mr. Lockaby actually kind of pointed out what I was going to talk to you guys about. The first 5 appointments had a term expiration date of January 31st, 2030. So we had a January Planning Commission meeting a week and a half ago, and there was some consternation and confusion by more than a few people that there were people sitting up there considering current business before the county that did not have valid term dates. And a certain way to mitigate that without using a technicality in the county code called a holdover. So I kind of thought when I saw the agenda today that that was the county's attempt to address that, but it looks like it turns out it's just a mistake in the agenda. The second thing about agenda item 16 is, so the first 5 had that January 31st, 2030 term expiration date. And then the 6th one, it was December 31st, 2029. So I don't know why they're not parallel. I mean, same policy for everybody, right? But it sounds like everybody's going to get December 31st or January 1st. I don't know. I really hope that the county can address that irregularity, technicality that it used for when these terms do expire by holding the Planning Commission for January later after appointments are made, or arranging in advance to, so that when we have a new supervisor, they get to put their person in, and that person serves from January through the way it's supposed to go. So the Planning Commission doesn't look like in January the way it looked like this January. So I had kind of thought you guys had addressed that, but it turns out it was just an error. If you're holding the agenda until the Friday before a Tuesday meeting, I would expect to see stuff like that fixed in the rough draft before it was published. So maybe a little more care could be taken. That's kind of a big one. Thank you.
Thank you. You also want to talk about the conservation easement portion? And I'll flip it on.
Is that during a public hearing later?
This is.
It's scheduled for 6 p.m. on the agenda.
That's good.
Okay.
Debbie Coos. She had left, I think. Scott Yates.
Scott Yates from Amsterdam, and I'm getting over a cold, so thank you for your patience. I speak now in opposition to the data center project. A project this big, a project this hyperscale deserves to be conducted in the open with input from residents who have to live with this thing. For the life of me, I don't understand, because you won't tell us, why this board and the EDA and others are so confident that this hyperscale data center is certainly a benefit to Botetourt. The county has created a fact page, a frequently asked questions page, that just raises more questions. My peers in the Southwest Virginia Data Center Transparency Alliance and my fellow taxpayers here in the county are demanding that this board be more transparent when doing our business. Show your homework with the rest of us, because right now we are blind to the benefits you see in closed sessions, and we're blinded by the overwhelming idea that we, the citizens, will be paying the ecological and moral tax on this project for generations, whereas Google would get a tax deferment for years under an exemption known as the Data Center Retail Sales and Use Tax Exemption. I want to know if this case, if that applies here. If that's the case, then it makes no sense. According to the stocks app today at 12:50, Google is worth $4.052 trillion. They can afford to pay us more than 3 ambulances. I like to call them the Google-ances. They can afford to pay us more than 3 fire trucks. And they can afford more than a few new light bulbs for our playing fields. Why are we conceding any incentives to them if they're worth that much? Without transparency, we are left with more questions. Please explain the effect of that data center retail sales and use tax exemption, if that doesn't, and in fact, apply here. This board has agreed to fast track vital safety precautions like building and environmental permits just because our regional businesses and organizations want bragging rights to say the word Google in promotional materials. In conclusion, the lack of information about this project in relation to the extent of its consequences and shortcomings is embarrassing. You're doing business in our name, so do business better. Thank you.
Thank you. And Catherine Yates.
Catherine Yates, Amsterdam. The specific dangers of the data center project have been outlined elsewhere, so my appeal is wholly from the heart. No one in this room matters to Google. We are less than mosquitoes to them. It's hard not to see this as a lousy deal structured by them to funnel profits in one direction while funneling the consequences in another. And we've seen this time and time again. So who in this case is going to be stuck with the consequences? What is our relationship with the money supposed to be that this will bring in? Is our relationship to the earth broken here? I'm really not sure what else I'm supposed to see when I look at this situation. And I love technology. I believe in it. I believe we should use it to uplift the world. But this project does not seem to be about the good of all. Doesn't seem like it's for us. It's about Google's business plan based on their foundational goal of infinite growth. And they're willing to consume our environment, our homes, drink our very water in service of that preposterous idea. What happens, for example, when our aquifer runs dry? They're going to move on. And what do we do then? Cry about it? Can we refill Carvin's Cove with tears? I personally grieve that I didn't know about this project sooner. I am so scared that it's too late for me to act. But I was raised to believe that when you know better, you do better. When you know better, it's unethical to do nothing. It would be so convenient for them, for Google, for us to feel that this project is inevitable, and it really isn't. There are other communities that have resisted this, and so can we. So I urge my neighbors, my fellow taxpayers, our dedicated administrators to please consider carefully. If not now, when? If not us, who? And if these stakes aren't high enough for you, please illuminate us. What would be?
Thank you. Danny Goad.
Hello, my name's Danny Goad, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak before you today. I have several questions about several of the items that came up today. With regard to the audit of the budget, there was a question asked about the carryover. And no one seemed to have an answer for that question. I think most of that's probably determined in August. And I'm surprised that no one on the board knows what those numbers are. I would like to know for FY25 what was carried over into FY26. Also, in his presentation, no one mentioned it, but property taxes increased by 20%. All the while, the Botetourt County real estate tax rate is 70 cents per hundred. Bedford County's is 41 cents. And Franklin County's is 43 cents. We're taxing our community out of the market, forcing people who grew up in Botetourt County to have to go to other places where they can afford to buy a home and afford to live. Regarding the budget presentation, I could not find this presentation anywhere online. I guess y'all have it beforehand, but it's not part of the packet that comes out on Friday. And there's a lot of numbers given there, and it would be beneficial if we could see those numbers so we could have some kind of assessment of them to evaluate them. There was an item discussed about a decrease in property tax collected. No one asked the question, why? Could it be that real estate values are falling? I don't know the answer to the question. And also, there's concern about a decrease in sales tax collected. Why? Are people taxed to the max and they're no longer buying, or they're in Botetourt County, or they're going somewhere else because the taxes are higher? I do have a question about there's one other item, if I can be allowed the time. Regarding this performance agreement, I've seen the papers floating around. I would like to get a copy of that. But during this presentation, I'm shocked that the board could consider this issue of this retailer coming in without a detailed cash flow analysis being laid out in front of you. Have you ever seen a detailed cash flow analysis? Do you know what $5 million means 15 years from now? At the rate that the county budget has been increasing in the last 5 years, $5 million 15 years from now is nothing. So I would like to ask, with regard to that project, that a detailed cash flow analysis be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda George.
Board of Supervisors, and welcome to our new Board of Supervisors. I'm Linda DiNardo George, and I'm actually here for a little bit of good news. On August 26th, I attended the meeting with the board, and I had given a talk about Orchard Lake. And at that point, I had requested that we do an inundation study on the lake to actually find out the hazard level of the lake in order the classification in order to know what to do, because it had already been moved forward with other decisions, and there was already a grant that was being approved and going after to breach the dam. So I just want to say thank you very much, because to reiterate what Dr. Sane has said, we have been waiting since 2022. When the original people went to the meeting, an HOA was brought up, and as many of you know, we've stated several times, there was no discussion of not having it. We were just waiting for a classification and an inundation study. So I just want to say thank you so much, because we have been heard and we are grateful, because this will give us the information that's needed. And I would just request, just like Dr. Sane, that now that we have the clean slate, we can actually look at not breaching the dam. Once the inundation study is done, there are other grants that are available that will keep us from having to breach the dam and hopefully be able to save Orchard Lake. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl Porter.
Carl Porter, Fincastle District. Since we're at the beginning stages of the gateway development, I'd like to request that this increase in tax revenue be used to lower residential taxes instead of increasing the county spending. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our citizens' comment period. And now we move toward the board member comments. Excuse me. And if we could go to our board member comments. Does anybody have anything to say? Yep.
Just about anything?
Yep. Just any comment you have.
My only comment about the Google thing is I've talked to a lot of people in my district and elsewhere, and the feeling I get is that if people could be reassured, thank you, Celeste. If people could be reassured that the aquifer is not going to be endangered, that there's not going to be hazardous, recycled waste spewed out onto the countryside, and that the energy demands are going to be handled in a reasonable way, most people would be in favor of the project. So I'm hoping, I know we're under constraints and so forth, but I'm really hoping that we can work towards being able to present a more reassuring picture to the people of the county.
And that's what I think we're working on right now. So that's good. Thank you. The other thing I do want to say, Mr. Goat, if you could get, Katie Davis has a lot of information that you just asked right there. So if you can get together with her, that'd be good. Ms. Davis? And anybody else? If not, we go for the most exciting portion of this meeting, and that is the Freedom of Information Act.
There was a request from item 21.
Okay.
Yeah, just remove it. If you.
That, yes.
Take a vote.
So we can go ahead and remove that right now. Is that what you're asking?
Probably need to vote.
Yeah. So what was asked in this, it goes to item number 21, Amsterdam District. Just so, Ms. Martell, you're not staying here for that whole thing. It's been asked to table this at this point in time. So what I'm going to ask the board, if we could take a vote to table this for the following month.
I'll make a motion to table that.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Are we going to go to March?
Is it, I thought, was it a month or 2 months? I mean, Nicole, we have a specific date on that. Okay. So
It's up to you whether to just table it indefinitely and it will come back when they're ready, or if you want to put it on a date certain.
So if we can alter that motion by saying that we will indefinitely table that. And
Motion
then
edited for an indefinite period of time.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. And sorry about that, Mr. Patel. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad we finally gotten to the part of this that everybody came for. As you guys know, after every election, every 2 years, so effectively after every election, the Board of Supervisors needs to have a training. All elected officials need to have a training on the Freedom of Information Act. So that's what this is. I'm going to apologize in advance. It is not the most scintillating thing ever, but it is something that you need to understand, and it's a good thing to be reminded of periodically. I ask that you don't be hesitant to ask questions or ask scenarios. You can always say, I'm asking for a friend. Those are always options. I tend to tell a few war stories during the course of it and try to anonymize those a little, because there are almost everything you can think of in FOIA. Somebody has made a mistake on it at some point. Let's see here. What have we got? So what does FOIA cover? It's the primary statute on access to public records and on access to public meetings. Now, it is not the only statute on those things. There are also the Health Records Privacy Act. There is, in very rare circumstances, actually for a locality, HIPAA can apply. You also have the Government Data Collection and Dissemination Practices Act, which covers how we collect and handle electronic data. We also have statutes more than statutes, constitutional provisions like the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment, and federal laws like the ADA that apply. But FOIA is really the core. It's the trunk of the tree that all of those different laws kind of hang off of. So let's start off. Purpose of FOIA. The General Assembly states in very clear terms what its objective is. And its objective is to make sure that, to the maximum extent consistent with not affirmatively harming the public interest, that the decisions and affairs of public bodies be undertaken in public. Now, I'm going to get to more specifics about this. Just because most things are public doesn't mean everything is public. We all know that if appraisals for a piece of property were to be had, or if appraisals of a piece of property the county was considering buying or selling were automatically subject to public disclosure, this would be terrible for the public interest, okay? And so I'm going to get to when there are exclusions from FOIA. But in the general case, things should be done in public. And all public records and meetings have to be presumed open unless there is a clear exemption that's properly invoked. And again, this is really just a quotation from the statute. The objective is to promote an increased awareness and to afford every opportunity to citizens to witness the operations of government. I do want to note, FOIA is not supposed to be adversarial. FOIA is meant to be a collaborative process, and there are a couple of recent cases and of FOIA council opinions that really emphasize that issue. Basically not playing gotcha either by the public body or by the public in terms of getting information. So your first question is always, when am I creating a public record? Now, when you're creating a public record is covered both by the Freedom of Information Act and by the Virginia Public Records Act. In general, it is anything written or recorded in any way, in any tangible form, including electronic form, that relates to the transaction of public business. Now, transaction of public business does have a partial definition for the purposes of meetings, but with respect to documents, it does not have any particular definition. Therefore, it's a common sense thing. If you have an email, Walt, Linda, let's say that you two have an email about that wonderful email exchange about that wonderful sermon that Pastor Jones gave last Sunday. That's not transaction of public business. And that email, even if you sent it from your botetourtva.gov email account, is not a public record. Similarly, if you have an email between yourselves that is about the tax rates, it is a public record, even if you sent it from your Gmail accounts. By the way, this leads into a practical tip here. Whenever possible, keep your personal stuff on your personal email account and keep your work stuff on your work email account. There are a couple of people who work for the county who I am personal friends with, see outside of my professional life. We email from our Gmail and Hotmail accounts because having things on botetourtva.gov or the spillmanlaw.com domains and servers, it's not appropriate. So that's just a practical tip. Now, it's important to note that the definition of public records does include the personal records of any individual member. So when you're taking notes, those notes are considered to be, those are public records, at least potentially. Now, oftentimes, there is a very, very short time period that you actually need to keep those. And flipping back to what I just mentioned about the Virginia Public Records Act, the Virginia Public Records Act includes a whole list of things, whole list of regulations promulgated by the Library of Virginia that lay out a variety of different kinds of documents, how long you need to keep them, and how you should destroy them, whether it's by shredding, whether it's by deletion, or whether it's just by throwing it in the trash. A lot of the documents that you take that are handwritten notes, those can be destroyed as soon as no longer administratively useful. So that means pretty much whenever you're done with them, you can throw them in the dump. But as long as you have them, it's a public record. Do be aware, this does, and all of us are grown up enough to know that it's not that emails are considered to be records. It also includes text messages. Note, and one thing that I'm going to note is that usually finding text messages about a particular topic is very time intensive. So I'm going to get to more details about how this works in a moment, but typically when somebody asks for text messages about something, we're going to give them a call and say, are you sure you want us to look for that? Because it's going to be a lot of hours and that's going to cost you a lot of money. But in theory, a person can get even text messages. The next thing that you guys need to know as far as in your professional context as supervisors is recognizing a FOIA request when you get one. Anytime anyone asks a government official for a public record and they actually mean it, that's a FOIA request. Mr. Goad just made a FOIA request a few minutes ago. Whenever you get a FOIA request as a supervisor, your very first course of action is to get it the heck off of your desk and get it onto Celeste's desk and Brent Watts's desk and maybe even my desk. But you guys want to get it off of your desk. So what we will do is the very first thing after you get it off of your desk and onto our desks is we will make sure that the person who's making the request is a Virginian or a media outlet with substantial substantial circulation or broadcast coverage in Virginia. FOIA is a right that only applies to Virginia citizens and Virginia media outlets. Now, I do want to say we do exercise a little bit of discretion with that. Our community development department gets requests for information for phase 1 environmental or phase 1 site assessments on a regular basis, and sending a FOIA request to the locality where the property is a standard part of doing a phase 1 ESA. Sometimes we get those from the office of Timmons Group in Greensboro, North Carolina. In theory, we can say to Timmons Group, no, you're not from Virginia, go away. Of course, 10 minutes later, you're going to get a phone call from their Richmond office, and not only are you going to have to produce the documents then, they're also going to be angry at you. So there's just not a lot of sense in it. But if you get the request from a data aggregator in Oregon, you might just say no. Yes, ma'am.
Where they are. Can you speak to anonymous FOIA requests in the state of Virginia?
There is no such thing as an anonymous FOIA request. You need to say who you are and where you live. Do you have to respond to a proper FOIA request? The public body does have to respond even if there is nothing responsive that you actually have. And that happens pretty frequently. I think we got a FOIA request earlier this week that actually I got CC'd on it within the office, and there's nothing responsive. What are you going to do? So the response is due in general within 5 business days. That's the basic rule. It's 5 business days. It's actually 5 working days. So yesterday, for instance, doesn't count. If we got a request on Friday, the very first day is today, because today's the first day that we're back. Yesterday was not a working day because the whole world was snowed out. So you have 5 working days, and day 1 is the day after you receive the request, or the next working day after you receive the request. You have then a number of different responses. Of course, first one is we don't have it. Or I guess the first one is here it is. And a lot of times when somebody's asking for something, they're asking for a copy of the board agenda. And you send them a link to the PDF of the board agenda and they walk away happy. However, let's say that you don't have anything, which again happens. You say we don't have anything. Sometimes you don't have anything, but you know somebody else does. It happens pretty frequently that somebody asks us for a document that we know very well the sheriff has. So in that particular instance, we say we don't have it, but we believe the sheriff may, and here's the contact information for the sheriff. If you can't fulfill the request because it's really large or it requires a lot of careful thought looking through things, or it's just really old stuff that you have to spend a lot of time looking for, or the person who knows where it is on vacation this week, you can ask for another 7 working days beyond that. And when I say ask, it's not a, will you please give us this? It's a, this is going to take us another 7 days to get it done. We're sorry, but that's what it's going to take. You also have the response of saying that some of these are withheld. Some or all of them are withheld. And when that happens, you need to state the number, subject matter, and statutory exemption for whatever you're withholding with reasonable particularity. And there's a whole bunch of advisory law about what that means. But if we're withholding something, we do need to say, we're withholding approximately 20 emails due to approximately 20 emails dealing with this topic under thus and such exemption from production under FOIA. We have on occasion.
Can I ask a dumb question, Mike? Because I've kind of lost the thread.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I apologize. When you say a request made to you, so a member of the public could make a request to any one of us individually?
Oh, absolutely.
And then you would just turn that over to the county and let them?
Yes, you say forwards to cparker@botetourtva.gov and bwatts@botetourtva.gov.
Thank you for clarifying
Yes.
that. I was getting a little nervous as you were talking. So
So get it off your desk.
thank you.
But you guys are the elected officials and policymaking body for the county. To the extent that anybody is the county, you are.
Thank you.
So I know that you may be shocked to find this out, but we don't have people sitting around waiting to respond to FOIA requests. Whenever we have to respond to a FOIA request, somebody is being pulled off of their day job in order to respond to it. So there's a series of steps that we follow in order to make sure that we at least partially recover the costs that the county incurs in providing responses to FOIA requests. So you can always charge as a public body the actual cost of responding. In general, the vast majority of FOIA requests, it's just something easy and simple, and you just respond to their email and say, here it is, and it takes 30 seconds and you never worry about it twice. But people ask for large amounts of documents or things that are difficult to find all the time, or things where you need to, and I'll get to this in a moment, things where you need to extract some information from a database that takes somebody a little while, all the time. Happens all the time. In those cases, we do charge the actual cost of providing those documents. If we believe that there's going to be a cost, we ask for the person's pre-authorization before we begin work. And the time between when we ask them, are you sure you want us to do this even though it's going to cost you a few bucks? And when they say yes, does not count against the 5 days. So just to give you that piece there. If the person requests an estimate, you do have to give it up front, and oftentimes people do. People who are frequent flyers usually know that there's going to be a cost, and they'll say something like, if it's going to be less than $50, just do it, but if it's going to be more, give me an estimate. If the estimated cost is going to be over $200, we frequently ask for a deposit. And oftentimes the deposit is actually for significantly less than we think the actual cost is going to be. Think of it like earnest money. If we think it's going to take Celeste 20 hours in order to put together a response, we might only ask for the equivalent of her salary for 10 hours. But if you're going to put down a deposit for that amount of money, we know you're serious about it. We know you really mean it. So that is the other point. We are allowed to charge for time spent searching and copying. Includes the cost of materials and the copies of costs of salaries. And if someone hasn't paid for a previous FOIA request for at least 30 days, then they don't get to use FOIA anymore. And I have a client who, well, bless this fellow's heart. He did not pay for a FOIA request like 18 months ago, and he sends them FOIAs like every 2 weeks. I think he's just forgetful. And every time they respond, pay up for the last one and we'll fulfill this one. So you've gotten the information off of your desk onto the desks of staff. What is our role now that you've gotten it onto the desks of staff? The FOIA officer will make sure that he or she understands the request, figure out whether, and call the person or correspond by email if they don't understand the request. Now, why is this important? And this is going to be my first boring war story. So many, many moons ago, when I was the county attorney in Louisa County, Virginia, we had a situation where somebody called up the county administrator's office. This was before there were FOIA officers, so FOIA was kind of catch as catch can. So called up a secretary in the county administrator's office and said, I want thus and such documents. Okay, FOIA request. She writes it down. She then goes and gets together with the other staff members that have the documents that she thinks she was asked for. Gets together 200 pages worth of documents. Sends this person 200 pages worth of documents on a $40 bill, because that's how long it took. This person goes apoplectic. They only wanted about 12 of those pages, and they were more than angry about that $40 charge, and they came to the next Board of Supervisors meeting and gave the county administrator heck over it. Now, if you looked at how it all went down, everybody had acted perfectly reasonably and done what they thought was right in this scenario. But frankly, if somebody in the county administrator's office had just called this lady up and been like, all right, come on, what are you really looking for here? It would have been a lot easier on everybody and really resolved that issue before you got there. And that's part of what the FOIA officer does. And that's part of why Mr. Watts and Ms. Parker have such sunny dispositions. Their next job, once they've gotten down exactly what the request is that they talk to whatever staff members it is who they think might have the documents. And that could be anybody. If we're going to have to look at emails, we'll go talk to IT. If it's going to be plans and development plans, go talk to community development. Whoever it is that needs to be talked to, they make sure that those people get an email and, if necessary, a meeting and get talked to. You might have an extra 7 days. You might have a deposit, etc. You might have to talk to me. You might have a situation where there's a document there that's, oh gosh, it's got some personal information about this particular person's address and phone number. Do we have to give that out, or is that exempt under something? Or, ooh, this is a proposal from somebody who wanted to buy some property from the county with an offering price on it. We don't want other people who might be interested in buying it to know what their offer was. Can we redact that? They call me and we sort that out. So they act as the liaison with me. And then they finally take on any redactions and send the response to the requester. Now, some of the most common issues. FOIA is always going to be liberally construed in favor of disclosure. You always have to be able to identify an applicable exclusion. Now, I think somebody told me that at last count, there were 142 document exclusions. And people say that as though that means that there's a ton of them. But a lot of these are things like confidential financial projections provided in conjunction with a public-private partnership proposal to the Virginia Ports Authority. Well, the Virginia Ports Authority does a public-private partnership, and they have several of them. They come up for renewal every 20 years. So basically, this never applies to anything, except that once every 20 years when their franchises for operating the port come up. Never going to apply to Botetourt County, that's for sure. So there's really only about 6 or 8 that are really ever going to come up in the life of anybody in Botetourt County. Second, you don't have to create records that don't exist. But if you can run a standard database or Excel report and extract it, then you do. Then you have to do that. And a great example of this is the names of employees, their positions, and salaries. That is public information. If a person wants a list of all the county employees and their positions and salaries, everybody who makes over $10,000, we have to hand them a list. We don't actually have a list that says that. We actually have a personnel database that has all that information. And every time somebody asks for that, and the newspapers ask for it semi-regularly, probably once a year, once every 2 years, something like that, often enough that I have to think about it. We have to run that report, we pull that report, and we hand it to them. If somebody asks for something that's not a standard report, you don't have to run a crazy thing that you wouldn't normally use in the course of business. But if it's a standard report, like running a personnel report like that, we do run reports like that periodically for our benefits bidding stuff. We have reports of that we use for our own internal purposes. So it's not like we're doing something we don't normally do. So under those circumstances, we have to run a report. Note that if part of a document's subject to an exclusion, but part's not, you have to redact the document. This is actually a principle of law that came up. There was a huge fight about this a few years ago. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office had investigated a suicide of a very prominent individual, of the child of a very prominent individual in the county. And there was a suicide note. And they could not think of any exclusion under FOIA as it currently stood that excluded the entirety of the note. There were only a couple of pieces within the note that they thought could be excluded. And the sheriff's office said, we're withholding the whole thing. And a lot of people said, no, you just have to redact the pieces that violate FOIA. Went to the Supreme Court of Virginia, and the Supreme Court of Virginia said, no, they can withhold the whole thing. That was the last time that happened. The General Assembly went the very next spring and changed the law to make it so that you had to redact it. Also important to distinguish between a record and information. There are some exclusions that are for records, which tends to mean that you can withhold the entire record if it shows the information, whereas other things say that only information is exempt. And so we need to be careful when we think about that, because if it's information, then you might have to give an email to somebody. It might just be a big old black box that says at the beginning, hey, hope you had a great weekend. Thanks, see you soon at the bottom with a big old black box in the middle, but you might have to give them that. Again, oftentimes you can talk to the person and say, are you sure you want to pay me to give you a black box? And they say, no, I'm fine. But in theory, they can demand it. Now, the common FOIA exclusions that you guys are going to see is personnel information except for the person themselves, work product or memoranda of legal counsel or attorney-client privileged information, proprietary information or trade secrets of an economic development prospect under an NDA or our analysis about them, confidential information related to a public contract. If it's trade secrets about them, oftentimes it's permanently excluded. If it's about our analysis, then it's merely excluded until the award is made. Executive working papers and correspondence. Gary's little moleskin book, that is exempt from FOIA. How else would he remember all the things that he's supposed to do? And memoranda prepared only for use in closed session. Sometimes might hand out an outline that says, here are the 3 points I want to talk about with you in closed session in order that you fully understand this case I'm about to talk with you about, and then collect them up at the end and shred them. That's exempt from FOIA, and it's also okay under the Public Records Act. But actually, I had to think about that. All right, let's flip over to public meetings. First thing, what is a public meeting? And the short answer is that anytime 3 or more members of a public body discuss public business simultaneously, that's a meeting. Committees count no matter how many members there are, assuming that they are formally designated. It does not include gatherings where there's no discussion of public business. Everybody tends to agree that party caucuses are not a public meeting. I don't know why that's something we agree, but it's something we all agree on, because otherwise, how could you have political parties? You have to provide notice, take minutes, and hold the meeting open to the public. Let me mention a couple of nuances here. First off, if you're not talking public business, it's not a public meeting. So, Walt, Tim, Linda, you guys are sitting around at the tap house You're talking about whether you think that the Washington Commanders are going to manage to win 2 games this year. Not a public meeting. You guys are great. That's cool. All fine. Somebody walks over to you, however, and says, "Oh, I recognize you from the Board of Supervisors meeting. I really want to talk to you about the fence law in this county. I think we need to change the fence law." Well, now you're suddenly moving very quickly into having a public meeting territory. At that point, you need to have the consciousness, the togetherness in your mind to recognize, ooh, I'm getting ready to have a problem. And you probably need to be very honest with that person and say, look, we can't all 3 talk with you about this at once. Do you want to meet with one or more of us at a later date? Or you can say, you know what, one of us has got to go take a walk. I'm going to go walk over to the Bank of Botetourt to get some cash, and you 2 can talk with this person about it, and we'll meet up when I get back. You need to be thinking ahead and have the presence of mind to see when those types of things are getting ready to pop up. I want to note that agendas and agenda packages have to be made available to the public simultaneously with providing them to the public body. And I know that there was a question that arose during public comment about whether you had received Ms. Davis's presentation before the board meeting. And the answer is you hadn't. If you were going to, we would have had to have posted it for public comment beforehand. Agenda packages are posted to the public at the same time that you as board members get them. Now, that's one of those things that's very, very difficult to balance. And because it was something that was a matter of public comment, I want to make sure that I mention to you the considerations involved there. County staff work very hard all the time, and that often includes weekends. You could have the agenda published earlier. But if you have the agenda published earlier, you're not going to have the most up-to-date information. Because if you posted it last Monday instead of last Friday, everybody's going to work for 7 days in between, and then you have the problem of the information that's been posted to the public and given to you is not the most up-to-date. Now, of course, it's up to you whether you care about that, but you don't want events to overtake what has the information that's been provided to you beforehand. And there are lots of ways to skin that cat, but I wanted to make sure that you understood that the balance that's previously been struck was the Friday before in order to have as up-to-date information as you can while also giving a reasonable amount of notice, but you can move it back if you want. And finally, it has to be in an ADA accessible space, and the public and media need to be allowed in, and they can tape or photograph the events. Now I'm going to tell another war story. Okay, so I'm about 2 months short of having worked here as county attorney for 11 years. This is only 11 years. And in the 11 years, you have no idea how much things have changed. We did not have, 11 years ago, you remember, because you were here. You're the only one. We met in what's now the Community Development Department over there, which was at that point an open conference room. We did not have any audio tapes. We had no videotapes. We had no video capability. It was written on paper and handed in front of you. If you wanted a copy of it beforehand, you came to Ms. Fain's office and you asked for a copy. The only record of what occurred was Ms. Fain's stenographic pad. And if it varied from your memory, well, memory is fallible and Ms. Fain's notes are authoritative. The level of public transparency and participation has in a lot of ways been transformed over the last 11 years in ways that I don't think that people who remember the way that it was 11 years ago can truly appreciate. And that's certainly been an achievement that the county's made. I hope you don't mind a picture of Martin Luther. public notice requirements. Before you can have a meeting, so that's to say before you can have 3 or more of you talking turkey at the same time, you have to post a notice that says the date, time, and location. If you want that posted, you should ask Ms. Parker to post it. She is awesome at posting things. Would you disagree that you're awesome at posting things? If you can't make the 3 business day posting requirement, you can have a special meeting or an emergency meeting on less notice than that, but you have to give the maximum amount that's practical under the circumstances. And you have to provide simultaneous notice to anybody who's requested it, which is typically the media.
So the agenda and the notice are not one and the same?
Correct. They are independent. This is particularly the case. Wonderful that this slide came up. Special notice for special meetings. Notice of a public hearing on a rezoning or a number of these other things comes out long before the agenda comes out. Now, a draft of whatever it is that's being advertised will either be in the county administrator's office or the zoning office at the time that the notice goes out. There will be a draft available that you can ask for, and they will either email it to you or you can come and they'll shoot you out a copy. But that's just a draft of that one piece of what's going on. So, and if it wasn't done right, the action never legally happened. There are many localities that had, so Spotsylvania, Loudoun, and Fairfax have all had entire, and the town of Madison have all had their entire zoning ordinances invalidated at one point or another because they didn't give sufficient notice, or they held their meeting wrong in some technical detail. So it can matter a lot. Now, of course, in each of those situations, at the very next meeting after the court struck down their zoning ordinance, they just readopted the whole thing. So that didn't last long. But in theory, it got people some results that they cared about. Now, who can speak? The short answer is that anyone can speak under rules. Now, Franklin County, for instance, in general, only Franklin County citizens are allowed to speak during public comment at their Board of Supervisors meeting. You could have that rule. We don't. We tend to let whoever wants to speak, speak. You can also have time limits. We have a 3-minute time limit. Town of Clifton Forge has a 5-minute time limit. Town of Bedford has none at all. If the council gets sick of you, they'll finally tell you to please sit down, but it can take a long time for them to get sick of you. They are, and I know I have mayor in here, it's actually the chairman. They're under the control of the chairman. And they can have some limitations on what's going to be said, such as that they be germane, have time limits, but otherwise have people say what they want. Next question. What about abusive speakers? We've all seen somebody get out of control. When in doubt, let them talk. It is way easier for you to listen to somebody say something foolish or an out of control for 3 minutes than it is for you to sit next to a lawyer in 3 hours with a lawyer across the table asking you hostile questions about why you didn't. Nobody is going to sue you for rolling your eyes, but somebody might sue you for yelling at them to sit down. If you do need to do so, there do need to deal with somebody who is abusive and out of control. We have law enforcement. I know Captain Dillo was here earlier. I hope he was doing okay. Yeah, that's what he does, isn't it? Generally speaking, if a person's out of control, you give them 3 warnings. You need to sit down. You really need to sit down. It is time for you to sit down. Tell them to leave 3 times. You need to leave this place now. You need to leave right now. You need to leave right now. At that point, you've trespassed somebody. they are now a trespasser in the room, which is to say that the police can or sheriff's deputy can take them away. And if they come back later angry, the sheriff's department can put them in jail. So that's how you deal with somebody who's super abusive. And lest you think that it's purely a joke, this is something that happened at a Board of Supervisors meeting in Gloucester County. This guy wearing the tie is their county attorney, Ted Wilmot. He's a friend of mine. So you think that it doesn't happen, and yet it does. Ted is about the most mild-mannered fellow that you could ever meet, and he got strangled at a public hearing on, it was to do some work on a school. They were going to borrow some money to put some work on a school, and somebody tried to strangle the guy. We live in a crazy world right now. All right, closed meetings. Closed meetings should be the exception, not the rule. Now, I say that the level of complexity of your government is going to determine this. In Botetourt County, we typically have somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour and 15 minutes of closed session at our monthly meetings. City of Roanoke typically has 2 or 3 hours. Stafford County, 3 or 4 hours. It's just a matter of that's the level of complexity that goes on in a county of 34,000 people versus a city of 100,000 versus a county of 285,000. The level of complexity is going to determine that. Guess what? Clifton Forge and Bedford, they might have a half dozen a year. So it really depends on the complexity and the number of things that you have going on, how often you need to do those. However, your motion does need to say the subject matter of the closed meeting, the purpose of the closed meeting, and the statutory exemption. Now, subject matter and purpose, they might sound like the same thing to you. But subject matter is a statutorily stated thing. For instance, to discuss the promotion, demotion, performance, salary, etc. of personnel could be the general topic. Or that could be the subject matter. The purpose would be to carry out the annual review of the county administrator. And then the third thing would be pursuant to section 2.2-3711 subsection A1 of the Code of Virginia. So those kind of give you the 3 pieces that you need to have. You need to have each of those 3 pieces. Now, there are a couple of opinions of the FOIA Council that say that some circumstances when you're asking for legal advice or when you're talking about juveniles, which happens a lot more for the school board, you actually don't have to state the purpose because that would be a violation itself of whatever privacy there was that was necessary to have there. But in general, you have to give some sort of an indication of what the purpose is and what it's related to. And you may invite non-members to attend and participate. I know that here, I have noticed a great dichotomy in Virginia. In the western part of the state, that's typically under the control of the chair or the mayor to decide who extra is going to participate, whether that's administrative staff or whatever else, and it tends to wind up being fairly consensus-based. In the eastern part of the state, they always vote. They always say that in the motion. And also the city manager, the city attorney, the director of economic development, and John Q. Dokes, our consultant, need to be in this closed session and no one else. And they'll say it. I don't know which way is better. You guys make your choice. I know that in the past, the way we've done it hasn't been a problem, but I figured I would mention it to you in case you ever see it or hear people talk about it. Common reasons: personnel, consultation with legal counsel, economic development, investment of funds, the normal stuff that you can think of where the interest of the public, the financial interest of the public is better served by secrecy than it is by openness. Note, however, that no action taken in closed meetings is effective until it's been voted on in open session. Don't take notes in closed meetings. Being in local government, it pays to have a good memory. There is a case out of, I believe, the city of Chesapeake, which holds that a person's notes taken in closed session are a public record that is itself subject to FOIA. Now, minutes of a closed session are not subject to FOIA, although I still recommend never to have those. Why would you do that? But anyway, if you do take those are not subject to FOIA. But if you have personal notes, they might be. There's at least one circuit court case that says that they are. So be careful. If you got to take notes, you got to take notes, right? I'm not the FOIA police. However, I just raise it so that you're aware that when you take down notes, you take your life into your hands potentially.
Would the notes be subject to that same thing that you talked about earlier? You only have to retain them as long as they're administratively useful. Say that.
Very useful. I'll get to why you need to be careful with that, though.
Okay.
You do have to certify a closed meeting. I know you all have done it at this point. Think about it each time you say it and take to heart what it is that you're saying. Electronic meetings have changed a lot. You have to adopt an electronic meeting policy. In a declared state of emergency, you may hold all electronic meetings. But there are a lot of requirements on you about how you have to hold that meeting in terms of giving public access to that meeting. In normal times, as long as a quorum of whatever body is assembled, you can have people call in. So for instance, today, 4 of you are here. That's a quorum. Mr. Nicely is allowed to call in. He has a he's sick. Very simple, straightforward. He can call in. You could have another person call in. You can also call in for personal reasons, or if the meeting's held more than 60 miles away from your house. You might ask yourself, how could that ever happen in Botetourt County? Well, let's say that 3 of you were at BoCo, and you decided that you really needed to have a special meeting while you were at BoCo. The other 2 people would be more than 60 miles away from the location of the meeting, so they would be able to call in. These are all the nuances to it, and you can handle these in different situations. We have adopted a policy. I urge you to read it. It's not a pleasant read, but it is fairly clear. Enforcements by a citizen lawsuit is typically brought in general district or circuit court. Generally speaking, what's going to happen is that if the petitioner wins, they're going to get a writ of mandamus, which is an order against the public body to hand over the records. If it's a closed session violation, oftentimes courts they start to scratch their heads about how to deal with it. I know that in one instance down in Pittsylvania County, I saw a governing body, or I saw the circuit court say that I believe it was their agricultural commission couldn't hold a closed session for 6 months. So if they ever had anything that needed to be talked about that was confidential, they just had to go have 2-by-2 meetings. So sometimes that's the way it goes. Now, if the violation was willful and knowing, then you may have a personal civil penalty of between $500 and $2,000 for a first offense and between $2,000 and $5,000 for subsequent offenses. And a closed session violation can be fined an additional $1,000 for willful and knowing violations. Now, what does willful and knowing mean? Willful and knowing means that you knew better, you had been told better, and you went and did it anyway. So if you follow the advice of your parliamentarians, you're going to be fine. At least as far as this goes. If you get it wrong, it's a good faith mistake. People make mistakes. But you won't be willful and knowing. Now note, and this is the example that you were just talking about. Anyone who destroys documents to avoid responding to a FOIA has to pay a personal civil penalty of $100 per record or page if it's a hard copy. Where did I see somebody almost violate this? I saw somebody almost violate this in good faith. So this was a locality where they had been taking all of the old records out of their administration and finance offices and putting them in an old house that the locality owned across the street from their administration building for decades. Rather than destroying these records, as the Public Records Act would seem to imply that they should have, they weren't doing that. So somebody came in and asked for some of these old records. And their FOIA officer, she said, how about if I just go order a shredder guy to come in and shred everything in that house, and then I won't have to do it? I know I was supposed to destroy everything except for the last 3 years. Years and years ago, I said to her, are you crazy? I said, you might tell this person that it's going to cost them a fortune to find that stuff, and that will probably scare them off. But if you destroy that, then that's $100 a page that you're going to. So again, if somebody asks for something, as soon as they ask for it, you can't destroy it, at least until you've given it to them. You do get ongoing training. I'll give you training. I'll help you with answers to whatever questions you might have. You also have the option of going to the FOIA Advisory Council. Their director, a guy named Alan Gernhardt, is a super guy, great with giving answers to things. Our FOIA officers are registered with the FOIA Advisory Council, and all elected officials have to take this upon being elected in every other year thereafter. Congratulations, Ms. Rotman. Congratulations, Mr. Snyder, although I know you sat through this on Planning Commission at least once.
Question.
And I didn't cover nearly everything. I'm going to do a training with our law enforcement next month because the whole law enforcement landscape of this is completely different. But that's the main stuff that you guys need to know as elected officials on the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
All right. And the most exciting part of the meeting being over, is it actually 6 o'clock?
5:58, start again.
All right, let's do the next thing.
Does anybody want to take a quick break? Stand up, stretch, 5 minutes,
Yeah.
come back. All right.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Information would be great.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Welcome, Supervisor Rotman, Supervisor Snyder to the board. Before you tonight is a request in the Valley District by Farrell Properties Limited to use the property as a staging and maintenance lot for Pike Electric, a company that offers electric transmission, distribution, and substation construction services and storm responses, which seems particularly timely given the weather that we've had this past weekend. I have some slides, if we'd like to pull those up. They're very nice. There we go. Thank you, Brent. All right, as I was saying, so I'll read the legal advertisement for the record. In the Valley District, Farrell Properties Limited requests special exception permits for automobile painting and body shops and truck heavy and bus repair with possible conditions in the Business B3 Use District and Gateway Corridor Overlay District. This parcel is located at 2590 Lee Highway, Route 11, identified on the tax map as 101-160. So obviously, SCP for auto painting and body shops and SCP truck heavy and bus repair sounds a little strange. We could take a look at the zoning ordinance to see what uses most match what the applicant desires to do there and feel that what they intend to do there falls nicely into those uses, even though they won't be repairing any buses there. This is the closest thing to what they intend to do. So as you see before you is a zoning map. The property that is in question today is 101-160, centered on the screen there, outlined in red. That is zoned B3. You'll see a scattering of other zoning uses there, including some industrial, other business, and shopping center just to the north. This site is the home of the former Berglund Outdoors property. They sold RVs and other outdoor sports equipment there since as early as 2009, which is as far as Google Images will allow me to look. So this is from the applicant here. Pike Enterprises LLC, of course, intends to use this property to stage their vehicles as they go out and do the important work on the transmission lines that they do. The yellow line there on the screen before you is some fencing and screening they intend to place there. They intend to replace some small items inside the existing structure, but basically the site will remain as it is, just with some screening and fencing to secure the trucks as they're in there on the property. The suggested conditions, as all SCPs go, the Planning Commission recommends some conditions to you all. You have the opportunity to accept these conditions, amend those conditions, or change them in any way that you like. The 5 conditions that the Planning Commission has recommended for approval is that this SCP shall apply solely to the operations of the contracted tenant for private fleet vehicles and shall not include the maintenance and repair of vehicles for other customers. That all storage areas shall be screened from view using opaque materials such as fabric, solid fencing, or vegetation. That outdoor storage shall be limited to operable vehicles awaiting service or pickup. Junked, wrecked, or inoperable vehicles may not be stored on site unless kept within a fully enclosed building. And then these last 2 are our usual conditions that are included. That noise generated by the development shall not violate provisions of the Botetourt County Noise Ordinance, and that all other specifications and general provisions shall be met as required by the Botetourt County Zoning Ordinance, and in no instance shall the zoning conditions exempt a project from any local, state, or federal development requirement, except where allowed by the zoning ordinance. The applicants are here as well tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. If you'd like them to come down to speak more about their anticipated use, they are here and happy to do so. I will point that there are 2 SCPs in front of you, so it'll take 2 motions or 2 actions to approve or deny either one. Any questions for me?
Can you just go back to the, the site that you were showing us and kind of point out, if you could, where the storage is and where the screening or vegetation or whatever it is would be?
Yeah, absolutely. So on this screen here before you, you'll see a yellow line here and a blue line. This yellow line is the fencing that will include screening. And then this blue line is an entrance gate that you'll show will see the trucks coming into the property. The red line that they've outlined on this aerial is existing fencing on the property itself, and they intend to use the building here for their offices for accessory to that use.
So this is just fencing and it is not landscape.
They'll be required to meet the requirements of our landscaping ordinance as well. The screening there that is included as a condition guarantees that they will provide some screening to make sure there's not so much visual clutter as you travel Route 11. There is no screening there today, from my understanding, so this will likely improve some of the visual appearance there.
So it's screening plus some kind of landscaping?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you point out like where the landscaping would go, please?
Yeah, so the zoning ordinance requires landscaping in front of the property line here. I don't have the exact specifics right in my mind right now as what that would be required to look like. However, it would be in front of anything that would be new construction. So the fencing there, they would need to submit a landscaping plan along as they operate this property here. So it's typically shrubs, small trees, that type of thing right there in front of the property.
Just really hoping we can improve the appearance.
Certainly.
Especially if this is a very popular retailer.
Yes.
If they're located there, I mean, it would be nice for the whole area to be.
And if that's something that, you have the opportunity to add conditions, if there's something in your mind that you'd like to explore, you can certainly place that as a condition as to the approval of this use, whether you want them to, follow the ordinance as required, or if there's something more advanced, I would just, ask to work with the applicant to do so.
Any other questions? Before we have an applicant? Okay. All right. Would you all like to speak? Mr. Lemon, I'm sorry, could you come down here
have. Appreciate your consideration of this application.
Okay, is there any questions that you all have for Mr. Lemon? Besides the landscaping, if you can give us a detailed, if there's any detail to that, would be wonderful.
Detail for you this evening. The conditions that have been discussed with county planning staff are included in the approval from the planning commission, are before you today in the package. And so we have accommodated everything that has been discussed and requested by staff today.
Any modifications that board would like to see?
Do you have any plans for, I'm not suggesting this if it's not something that you're planning on doing. I'm just wondering if you're planning on, potentially upgrading the exterior of the building or doing anything?
Going to have Eric Schaefer with Pike answer the question. He is involved in the retrofit of the building.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the question is what we're going to do. I mean, we have a list of things. It's mostly interior, fixing the doorways, the overhead doors. There's on the small building up there, and some outdoor, some of the siding needs to be replaced. We definitely plan to do that as well. As far as the fence line, the yellow is not, there's no fence there, but the red is there. It's not screened in, but the yellow, when we put that would be kind of storage of our units that are come in or are ready to leave for new work. We can definitely talk about if there's something along the road that you'd like us to do, but willing to talk about it.
Thank you.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay.
One other thing, under the suggested conditions, number 2, they had suggested on the opaque materials such as fabric, solid fencing, or vegetation. Is there any one of those 3 that is more palatable to you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, and suggested conditions, item number 2.
Oh, no, we're open to, whatever you'd like to put in there as far as the fencing and what we feed through there. If you have some suggestions, we definitely would look at it.
Okay.
They do have some, so I live on Hardbarger Road, and Robert Young's place is right on the corner. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but he has big trucks and so forth. But they did put up screening that really covered the view, doesn't it? I mean, it really is quite effective. So I don't know if we can specify particular kinds of screening or just something that, is really going to cover it up.
Okay, well, our trucks are really good looking, white boom and lift trucks, a lot of new ones. You might want to look at that sometimes. No,
Robert Young's trucks are really great.
I'm sorry?
I said Robert Young's trucks are really great, but he, instead of, he was finally able to put up a building, so he didn't have to park them all outside, and he was very happy about that.
Okay, we'll take a look at that and see what we can put in there that would block, the see-through as much as possible.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Really improved the
Okay.
area.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. I'll open it up to the public. Any comments? If you can, Mr. Goda, could you go over to the microphone over there so that
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have one question. What will be done to stabilize the soil in that ditch? There's a lot of erosion there, and I don't know, it's probably 3 feet deep, maybe plus, maybe 42 inches. And it does wash out down through there a lot, and it has a tendency to undercut Lee Highway, with that high flow of water coming, on upstream.
understood? And what he's talking about is, even riprap, if it's in there to stabilize that, probably would be advantageous.
Is the ditch in question in the VDOT right-of-way or on the property?
And that's the thing is, I think that is on the VDOT right
I
away.
believe it may well be
Yeah.
from what what I memory of the site is. And
Yeah.
VDOT did do some work for a pothole that was in the front of the building that was caused by some piping that had failed. That has been done recently. But I believe the ditch in question would be in VDOT right of way and therefore is,
That goes to VDOT.
controlled by VDOT.
Yes, sir. Thank you. If no other questions, close the public hearing and have any discussion upon the board members here. Again, we have two motions. One would be the automotive painting and body shops, correct? And the other one would be the truck and heavy and bus repair. I have, for myself in my district, and I see, Mr. Gold is talking about, always worried about that. Again, that's a VDOT issue, and that's something that, we need to probably address VDOT if there is an issue on this. Thank you very much. I was looking at my board members, but at any event, I do think that landscaping vegetation would be nice in front of the fencing. Would be nice to have that. If you go down a little bit further, I know Donald Helms in the storage building there had done the same thing. If you just go down a little bit further on the left-hand side, you'll see some of that. And he has a nice fence there, but with some vegetation. I think that's something that we're looking at. I think. With that being said, is any other comments board members may have?
I just wanted to reinforce that because due to the location, I think vegetation would be more appropriate.
Yep. Agreed. So if no other questions, that I will move, as it is in my district, I move for approval for the automotive painting and body shops with the recommended conditions as followed. As listed, excuse me, from the Planning Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the other is the approval, I move to approve the truck, heavy and bus repair of this property with the conditions that were listed from the Planning Commission. And I will make that motion. Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That pretty much concludes that. Any other questions or comments about that? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we,
Forward to an attractive area. Thank you.
that would be the one other thing that we talked about. I know you're going to get to back with Supervisor Rotman about the number 2. I don't know if there's a.
Could we just put that off to the next time maybe? Or
We can, yeah.
I don't think they're going to be doing any construction next month.
Okay. We will go ahead, just remind me to bring that to attention.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we're going to table that until the next meeting. And that being said, we come to the most fun part. Do I hear a motion for adjournment?
Second.
All in favor? We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.